Chapter 561. The highest commander of an army usually had a decisive effect on the outcome of a battle. This was not just about cultivation and courage, but also personality. Sometimes, a slight hesitation could affect a crucial battle. Boosting morale, and even causing an army to give up their lives, depended more on the confidence and personal charisma that battle general gave his subordinates. Not just in the other dynasties, but even in the Chu dynasty, many people did not have confidence in Tang Mai, who had been idle at home for many years. The Qin dynasty's army had been famed for its bravery many years ago, especially during the time when many generals led the Basin Kendo ground. The Qin dynasty had not been as strong as it was now. They did not have such vast lands and abundant supplies. Even their population could not compare to the other dynasties in the world. This was reflected in the army. The number of troops that could be supported, including weapons, was not as good as the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. So in many battles during the rise of the Ba Mountains, the Qin dynasty army often relied on powerful cultivators, and the army was always at a disadvantage in numbers. There were many classic battles where thousands won against tens of thousands. In the 13th year of Yuanwu of the Qin dynasty, while the Basin Kendo ground had been destroyed for many years, the Qin dynasty still had more powerful cultivators than the other dynasties. Especially Changling, it seemed to have received the fortune of the heavens, and had countless cultivators with astounding talent. People could not imagine how the Qin dynasty army would perform when there were so many powerful cultivators, and when the Qin dynasty's army was no less than the other. At least, in the battle against the Wuji, even though the Wuji had caught the Qin dynasty army off guard and won a great victory, in the following battles, when large groups of Changling cultivators arrived, the Wuji army could not withstand it and used the cold to retreat into the plains. Not many people thought highly of the Chu dynasty. The most direct reaction was on the long border between the Chu and Qin. On the Qin dynasty's side, there were many border cities, checkpoints, and small towns that the army and carriages could not reach. Only the caravans knew some secret paths to reach. Large numbers of merchant caravans returned from the Chu each day. There were very few caravans returning to Chu from the Qin dynasty. This was the most direct explanation. In the view of these merchants and the people living on the border, when the battle started, the flames of war would spread towards the Chu. The Chu army would not be able to stop the invasion of the Qin dynasty. So it was safer to move their belongings back to the territory behind the Qin army. Otherwise, when the two armies fought, nothing would grow and the land would be affected. Red Salt Town was one of the northernmost mountain towns of the Chu dynasty in the north of the Yin Mountain. As the name implied, this mountain town was inaccessible to ordinary carriages and horses. Only caravans that could travel along the secret mountain paths carved out of the cliffs could reach it. It originated from red salt. Since ancient times, there had been no fertile land around this mountain town for farming, so transportation was extremely inconvenient. The only way to communicate with the outside world was to abandon the horses and rely on manpower to cross the mountain, or to walk along the winding paths that were cut along the mountain walls. The reason why it could become one of the settlements of the borderers was because of the red brine that contained a large amount of salt underground. This red brine could be used to make salt. Salt was very important to people and animals. There were no other places within 100 miles of Red Salt Town that could produce salt. So Red Salt Town relied on women to pump, carry the brine, and make salt fields to dry the salt for thousands of years. The herders and farmers from the outside used the caravans to transport dried meat and grain here, and then used them to trade for large amounts of red salt. Red Salt Town naturally became an extremely secretive trade center. Even though it was difficult to reach, because there were no better places to go within 100 li, many caravans that passed through this place, even if they didn't complete their trade here, would very likely come here to rest and replenish their supplies. If they didn't have enough weight, they would naturally bring some red salt out. If the red salt was transported out, it would be at least twice as expensive as here. War was coming. Even most herders had driven their animals to hide in the high mountain pastures of the Yin Mountain. There were very few caravans here. Coming along the Donghu border, Ding Ning, Zhongsun Qianxue, and the Old Monk were definitely outliers. But in the extreme north of the Chu, where life was extremely difficult, The trade was connected to the Donghu and Wuji, and the customs were mostly the same. In the eyes of the ordinary people in these areas, most of the ascetic monks had extraordinary power because of their cultivation. Especially when these ascetic monks were cultivating, when the borderers asked for help, they would use their precious energy to cure the illnesses of the people. So in the eyes of the people, the ascetic monks were extremely revered Dharma kings. Some of the borderers would use their best things to feed these ascetic monks. The older the ascetic monk, the more extraordinary they seemed, and the more virtuous they would be in the eyes of these people. So when this old monk led Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue to this place, he received the highest treatment. The people of Red Salt Town didn't just offer up snow salt, a kind of pure salt frost that formed on the wooden strips at the top of the salt well. This kind of snow salt naturally contained some primal energies of the universe useful to cultivators, and had astounding prices in a capital like Changling. Other than this, hearing that the old monk was just passing by, these people also offered up their best horses, enough water and food. As to guides, the old monk refused. The old monk was the best guide himself. In his early years of cultivation, he had walked through most of the places in the Yin Mountain, and entered the Chu or Qin from this area. The horses selected by these pious border people were used to the winding and narrow paths on the cliffs, so they walked very steadily. However, most of the places were actually very dangerous. Just a few inches from their side was hundreds of feet in the air. Below them, there were either towering rocks or white streams flowing rapidly. Ding Ning's body moved up and down like waves with the jolting of the horse's back, but his hands were extremely stable as he opened a large carved silver box containing snow salt. His right index and middle finger reached into the snow salt, and then he took out a piece of paper to read. Red Salt Town was a path he had to pass through. 1. This was a shortcut to enter the Chu, and 2. This was a military intelligence center of Wuji. Among the caravans that gathered from all over, there were Wuji people who gathered important military intelligence here. If he wanted to make the most accurate judgment of the situation, he had to have the most complete and fastest sources of intelligence. He also had to count the time it took for the intelligence to reach here, and calculate the possible changes that might occur. Ding Ning carefully read the words on this piece of paper, and then turned to hand it to Zhongsun Qianxue. Zhongsun Qianxue scanned it roughly, and nodded at his back. The higher the position, the more they know, and the less optimistic they are about the Chu dynasty. In a few short days, the Yang and Qi have had several disturbances. While the previous disturbances and the present disturbances were purposely shown by Zheng Xiu for people to see, this has let everyone know that she has a long-term plan in the Yang and Qi. While the Chu, Yang, and Qi dynasties have an agreement to advance and retreat together, I fear that the Yang and Qi emperors will be wary. Even if they send large numbers of cultivators, the Yang and Qi emperors will keep some of their strongest cultivators by their side. Zheng Xiu is skilled in assassinations, but this is not the most important reason for the current situation. Ding Ning turned to look at her and said, I also think that the Yang and Qi will not send strong reinforcements. But the most important reason is that the Chu dynasty is also very strong. From their perspective, the Chu cannot win this battle. But with the strength of both sides, no one can swallow the other in one go. So they feel that in the end, both sides will lose large numbers of troops, and the Chu dynasty will not be able to win, so they will cede territory and ask for peace. Ceding a few commanderies will cause great damage to the Chu dynasty, but at the same time, the Qin dynasty will use up a lot of energy. This is the chance for the Yang and Qi to rise. Zhongsun Qianxue frowned and said directly, if everything goes according to your current plans, even if the Gold Dagger army arrives on time, it will be very dangerous because the Qin dynasty has invested more power than you previously imagined. Ding Ning naturally understood that she meant that even if he did his best, he may not be able to help the Chu win this battle. But he did not think so. He shook his head and said, the four marquises seem to have a great advantage over Tang Mai, a general who has been idle for many years, but in reality, we have a chance. Chapter 562. Zhongsun Qianxue could not understand. Ding Ning turned to look at her and said, the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty are all giants of the empire. But this is different from when the Basin Kendo Ground led the army. When the Basin Kendo Ground led the army, Most of the generals were brothers, friends of life and death. They had the same goal, even beyond life and death. This was a battle of hearts and minds. But these marquises are different. They have their own thoughts. Their alliance is like the alliance between the Chu, Yang, and Qi. Zhongsun Qianxue thought and said, just this possibility is too slim. Especially when Yuanwu showed the power of the seal weapons in the army at the Deer Mountain Conference. The advantage of Chu weapons is at most reflected in the use of ordinary cultivators. At most, it can make up for the lack of cultivators compared to the Qin army. Zhao Mu and Tang Mai are both very good commanders. Zhao Mu is stronger than Tang Mai in that he can ignore life and death. Sometimes, some deaths and sacrifices are unavoidable on the battlefield. Ignoring and forgetting about these unavoidable deaths can give the subordinates a sense of strength and toughness. It can also allow the commander to not hesitate and be restrained. Ding Ning picked up some salt and added it to the water bottle he carried with him. He shook it and drank. Then he said, Zhao Mu's best trait is that he knows how to use people. According to Wu Ji's intelligence, back then, he sacrificed one of Tang Mai's subordinate armies, and caused Tang Mai to retreat in anger. He knows Tang Mai's ability to lead, and knows Tang Mai's personality even better. Tang Mai pays great attention to the life and death of each soldier. So when Tang Mai leads the army, he will not fight openly, but carefully. He is fated to drag out this war for a long time. End the war quickly and fight head-on. It is a complete suppression of power. It is hard to find a chance. But if the war lasts for a long time, and there are many battles gathered together, the chances of finding a chance to win will increase greatly. Ding Ning smiled with some admiration and said, the most important thing is that Zhao Mu is very clear that in this war, they will have to rely heavily on external forces, such as the Basin Kendo ground. Right now, what the Chu dynasty is most worried about is the Basin Kendo ground controlling the dynasty. If this war is only finished with 1 or 2 large-scale battles, if the Basin Kendo ground takes the lead in these battles, even if Lin Zhujiu publicly says he wants to be the strategist, there will be a backlash. The Chu dynasty will not agree. If 1 or 2 large-scale battles become hundreds of battles, even if Lin Zhujiu appears in a battle, he will not cause a strong backlash from the Chu. Zhongsun Qianxue understood and said slowly, and finding a way to win from a complicated situation is what you are good at. Ding Ning glanced at the old monk at the front and said, we still have a key to victory. We have a powerful cultivator second only to Yuanwu. While he has fought in the Donghu Imperial Palace, the people of Chongling do not know that he will follow us like an attendant. Zheng Xiu is skilled in assassination, but we can become skilled as well. Many places on the border between the Qin and Chu were originally barren and unsuitable for people to live in. The natural conditions were too poor, and the production was too little. Only a few people could survive. Those places with abundant water and grass, and where large numbers of people had gathered since ancient times, naturally became cities, and became the centers of wealth and power. However, when the Qin and Chu armies started to move along the border, this barren land naturally attracted the attention of the entire world in this spring. The result of this battle would completely change the situation of the world. Many people were traveling like Ding Ning. A group of 7 riders sped through the wilderness of Daliang Commandery. Daliang Commandery was one of the northernmost commanderies of the Chu dynasty. It belonged to the hills and river valleys at the foot of the Yin Mountain. Decades ago, Daliang Commandery did not belong to the Chu dynasty, and had an independent dynasty called Liang. But this dynasty was too weak, and had been surviving in the cracks, seeking protection from the Chu. The Chu dynasty had coveted this area, but could not act because of their face. When the Qin dynasty started to fight against the Han, Zhao, and Wei, the Chu dynasty took this area. The Chu dynasty only let a Qin army pass through here. The Qin army easily passed through Liang, and then the Chu dynasty sent out troops to take over Liang like they had reclaimed their lost land. The royal family of Liang had all disappeared when the Qin army conquered, so the Chu dynasty simply arranged for a distant relative of King Liang to be the commandery king here. Stories like this often appeared in the long river of history, and did not make much of a splash. But Daliang Commandery was very important strategically to the Chu dynasty. 1/3 of the Chu dynasty's war horses and beasts came from here. Even more importantly, Dalian Commandery was filled with dense river valleys and hills. It could be used to build forts, or set up elaborate battles. Large-scale armies could not start here. But behind Dalian Commandery was the Chu dynasty's twin river plains. There were large stretches of flat roads, both by land and water, that led directly to the heart of the Chu dynasty. So on the border where both sides had sent millions of troops, the most important place to fight on the western front was Yangshan Commandery, and the most important place to fight on the northern front was Dalian Commandery. Dalian Commandery was where the command center of the Chu dynasty's northern army was located. At the center of Dalian Commandery, near Razor Cliff and the giant stone forest, there were more than 200,000 elite soldiers. At this time, these 7 riders were still at the southern border of Dalian Commandery, and were 2 days away from Razor Cliff. Of the 7 riders, 3 were at the front, 1 in the middle, and 3 in the back. The rider in the middle had a calm expression, and was deep in thought. It was the commander of this unprecedented battle of the Chu dynasty, Tang Mai. There were no fields or roads in the southern wilderness. It was all natural grassland. So they did not need to be restrained when they galloped, and allowed these horses to gallop forward freely. As they bounced up and down, the spring light was bright and beautiful. The scent of the grass that had just appeared entered their nostrils, causing them to feel slightly tipsy and sleepy. There were still 2 hours until dusk, but a wisp of smoke came out of the low-lying area by the river ahead. After one wisp, there were many wisps, like blue ribbons, slowly rising into the sky and covering the world in front of the 7 riders. Tang Mai slowly raised his head. The ground started to tremble slightly. A troop of riders ran up from the low-lying area, and neatly appeared on the plains in front of them like they had burrowed out of the earth. Although I'm already the commander-in-chief in name, in the end, I'll only be the real commander-in-chief when I'm at the commander-in-chief seat in the middle of the army. It seems that there are people who do not want us to go there. Tang Zhifeng, no wonder your blade cannot be sharpened. It seems that just a whetstone is not enough, you need to sharpen it with flesh and blood. You are right, the timing is not bad. This way, we can sharpen it before we reach Razor Mountain Camp. Tang Zhifeng, can you not be so divided, and always talk to yourself? A cold and helpless reprimand rang out. The last person to speak was a rider behind Tang Mai. When Zhao Mu's subordinates had come to Tang Mai's little yard, this person had been watering the backyard. When he was doing farm work, this person was no different from an ordinary farmer. At this moment, he had let his hair down, revealing a head of long black hair that reached his waist. His face was extremely beautiful, his chin was sharp, and his skin was extremely fair. If not for his tall and slender figure, one would think that he was a woman at first glance. The first 3 sentences were spoken by a rough man who seemed to dislike the heat. He had a full beard, and his weed-like hair was casually tied up with a cloth. What was most eye-catching was that he was carrying a large and flat cloth bag. The first 3 sentences sounded like a conversation between 3 people, but in fact, he was the only one who spoke. Hearing the reprimand of the cold long-haired man next to him, he narrowed his eyes and said, Tang Zhifeng, after so many years, you can't change this problem when you are excited. But if you can change it, is it still a problem? Yes, it is good to be happy. If you change it, you will not be happy. Following that, he said 2 more sentences in succession, and then laughed again. As he spoke, both the 7 riders on his side and the incoming cavalry did not stop. The 2 quickly came closer. Thousands of cavalrymen rushed out from the low-lying area of the valley, led by a general in his 30s. He was wearing a black armor that looked like the scales of a snake. The tiny spell symbols on the armor naturally gathered natural powers, and wisps of cold air were constantly flowing out of the armor. There was nothing special about this general's facial features, but his expression was exceptionally cold, like it was carved from metal. His fingers were covered in thin scales. His left hand held a purple flower that seemed to have just been picked. But as time passed, this bright flower quickly turned gray from the cold energy flowing out of the scales on his fingers, withering and withering. Chapter 563. He faced the wind. Threads of cold energy flowed out of the seal scripts on his scales and floated behind him like long tail feathers. Tang Mai first saw this person's scales and then the person's face. He couldn't help but start. "It's you. I did not expect it to be you." When all the petals on the bright flowers withered, the flower branch in this general's hand shattered and fell through his fingers. He and the 1,000 cavalry behind him stopped. He slowly looked up and looked expressionlessly at Tang Mai. He said, 17 battles occurred last night. Yangshan Commandery has not moved. The battles are all in the middle and north of Yin Mountain. The deepest is the vanguard led by Wei Wuzhou's subordinate Xiao Yang. There are about 3,000 to 5,000 of them. They broke through Yutian Pass. General Che Kai died in battle. Other than this, the stone forest area has been lost. The Chen family village's granary has been taken. Sima Qiu's army has entered the borders of our dynasty and advanced 20 miles. The army is about 200,000. Wei Wuzhou himself has appeared in the river valley not far from Yutian Pass. He probably wants to take the Green River Meadow and control the wild horse herds and the tribes in that area. This general did not care about Tang Mai's expression. He spoke many words as he reported the latest military situation. It would take dozens of days for the news to reach Changling, Yang and Qi, and for the world to know. The transmission of information was always separated by time. While the outside world was waiting to see who would attack first, in reality, the war between the Qin dynasty and the Chu dynasty had silently started. After this general finished speaking, he did not speak and just looked silently at Tang Mai. Tang Mai was not in a hurry. He thought for a moment and then looked at this general. He said simply, "And then? You came with the marshal's seal to be the commander. I have finished reporting, and the marshal's seat is empty. But it depends on whether you can sit on that seat." This general looked at Tang Mai and said coldly, "Many people do not believe you." Hearing this, the 6 riders behind Tang Mai felt cold. But Tang Mai smiled faintly. "Shi Fenghe, many people do not believe me, but you do. Otherwise, since you know my true whereabouts, you would not have brought these people here. You would have set up a trap to kill us as soon as possible." Shi Fenghe. Hearing this name, the 6 riders behind Tang Mai had surprised and shocked expressions. Shi Fenghe was one of the most important generals in the north. They had naturally heard of this person. But what shocked them was that, strictly speaking, this Shi Fenghe had once been Tang Mai's subordinate, and their superior. But when the 6 of them followed Tang Mai, Shi Fenghe had been demoted to the border army. Shi Fenghe looked at the faint smile on Tang Mai's face and did not immediately respond. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "You are right. While I did not get along with you in the early years and was demoted by you, I do not have any objections to your ability to lead the army." Tang Mai put away his smile and looked at him. He said, "I do not have any objections to your ability to lead the army. But when my subordinates use the army, they must follow my orders and rules. It is the same after I took the marshal's seat. Not only you, even those who are in a higher position than you have to follow my orders and rules. Strictly speaking, I have always been General Li Mu's subordinate. I understand General Li Mu better. I believe his eyes are not wrong. But the position of the commander of the army is too important. If you die after sitting in that position, and if you die now, the meaning to the war is completely different." Shi Fenghe met his gaze and said coldly, "You must at least show the ability to live well. Pity that you are a friend and not an enemy. I cannot use blood to sharpen my blade. Tang Zhifeng, since we are on the battlefield, do you fear there is no blood to sharpen your blade?" When Shi Fenghe's voice was still lingering in the air, the cultivator behind Tang Mai who liked to talk to himself said something. This time, Shi Fenghe and the thousands of cavalry behind him heard his words clearly. Many people's expressions changed slightly. A powerful seal essence flowed out of Shi Fenghe's fingertips. Many threads of strong grey energy bloomed in the air. Many small pieces of dust flew along these grey seal lines and landed at Shi Fenghe's fingertips. Like time was flowing backwards, the flower that had withered and disappeared at his fingertips reappeared. The cold energy in his scales flooded into this flower like it was injected with new life. The withered flower turned into a sparkling grey ice flower. Sensing the powerful presence of this ice flower, even Tang Zhifeng, who had been talking about using blood to sharpen his blade, had a serious expression. The cloth bag behind him silently exploded. There was nothing else in the large cloth bag except for a saber that was a little too large. This blade had not even been sharpened. It was like one of the pieces of wood that some shops took off when they opened, and it really felt old. I know that you are the legendary clumsy blade. Shi Fenghe glanced at Tang Zhifeng and then focused on Tang Mai's face. I had not expected you to have such an expert under your command. But I do not want his blade to receive my flower. I want to see you receive it. This is not fair. A rider in front of Tang Mai said coldly. You are wearing the Silent Destruction snake scale armor, a seal weapon used by the previous emperor. You are borrowing its power. Shi Fenghe looked mockingly at him and did not respond. But everyone understood what he meant. There was no fairness on the battlefield. Those people who might appear in front of Tang Mai to assassinate him would not pursue fairness. They might carry more deadly and powerful seal weapons. Tang Zhifeng exhaled deeply. He touched the back of his blade but his body shrank back. Tang Mai looked up and said simply, I will receive it. Shi Fenghe did not waste words and released his fingers from the flower. With a muffled boom, it was like the gates of heaven had opened. The primal energies of the universe moved at a terrifying speed from all directions. The energy in the ice flower flew out of Shi Fenghe's hand and took form above Tang Mai's head. A grey pillar of light, like the gaze of a giant in the sea of stars, fell towards Tang Mai's body. Tang Mai dismounted. When his feet landed on the ground, the earth on the ground started to ripple outwards. All the horses did not have time to feel terror because the speed at this moment surpassed their reaction speed. Tang Mai's palms flipped upwards. The lines on his palms lit up. What was strange was that ordinary people's palms had several distinct palm lines, but his palms only had one distinct palm line each. These two bright lines seemed to leave his palms, flying up like two bolts of lightning and colliding with the grey pillar of light falling from the sky. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Without any sound, the two bolts of light and the grey pillar of light disappeared at the same time. A ring of air was compressed into all kinds of crystal patterns that spread through the sky. Then, countless crystalline ice beads fell from the sky, reflecting the sunlight and illuminating the wasteland with a myriad of colors. In this moment, there were popping sounds. The ice beads all bloomed into waves of grey energy like countless flowers blooming in the air. Shi Fenghe dismounted his horse. He silently bowed to Tang Mai. Many years ago, Tang Mai had been stronger than him. Many years later, he had become very strong, but Tang Mai was still stronger than him. His bow meant that he acknowledged Tang Mai's strength. Just one person was not enough for many people. I want to see if there is anyone else other than General Tang and the clumsy blade. A domineering voice sounded from the cavalry behind Shi Fenghe. Who will receive my sword? When the voice sounded, a sword light had come out. This sword light was incomparably tyrannical, like the sudden eruption of a volcano. Everyone only felt that it was dazzling and oppressive. They only felt that it was extremely terrifying, but it was difficult for them to see this sword clearly. They could not see where the killing intent of this sword finally gathered. Chapter 564. Shi Fenghe represented the doubts of the entire military. His strength naturally represented that he was above Realm 7 of the same level. But this cultivator behind him who was attacking might represent the military's unease about Shi Fenghe. No matter if it was presence, confidence, or the true power of this attack, it was not weaker than Shi Fenghe's attack just now. Even an erupting volcano could not match up to this. Yet, sensing the burning and domineering sword essence, Tang Zhifeng, who had once used a simple blade to clear out all the bandits around Wulan Mountain, saw the cold long-haired cultivator raise his eyebrows in displeasure out of the corner of his eye. He was not worried at all, and inexplicably excited. The burning wave of energy came before the true sword essence, and blew up the cold cultivator's long hair. His white face and the edges of his hair were dyed red. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to burn. The coldness disappeared, and turned into an unimaginable flame. The sword essence surging from the front was like a volcano erupting. But his sword essence came later and completely suppressed the former. The world shook with a boom as if a huge furnace had been erected out of thin air. Compared to this huge furnace, the sword intent that was as fierce as a volcano was at most like a flame flowing towards the furnace. Everyone on Tang Mai's side clearly knew the result of this long-haired man's attack. At most, admiration appeared in their eyes. But Shi Fenghe and the thousands of cavalry behind him paled. Jiao sword furnace. The domineering voice turned into a gasp filled with disbelief. The moment the gasp sounded, the two sword essences met. With a loud boom, the gale that was blowing outwards suddenly turned into a real scarlet flame. Red chain-like flames sprayed out dozens of feet to the sides. When they started to disappear, the cavalry, still in shock, found that the long-haired cultivator was standing in front of Tang Mai and the others at some unknown time, still maintaining his posture of swinging his sword. He had a crimson-red long sword in his hand that spat out true flames. The style was ordinary, but as the flames surged, there were loud gusts of wind. His sword seemed to rise from the ground. The tip of the sword cut across the ground. The area around the sword mark on the ground was completely melted by the terrifying heat, turning into a zone of lava. There was also lava dripping down from the tip of his sword. The seal scripts on the crimson-red longsword flowed like lava. The first feeling anyone would get when they saw it was that the sword seemed to be melting, and would break apart along with these seal scripts. But in the next moment, the heavy presence of this sword made everyone feel it had been tempered and was extremely stable. This long-haired man's black hair turned completely red in the crimson-red sword light, and gave off a soul-stirring charm. His originally calm and cold eyes were now crimson-red, flashing with a suicidal light. In the world, only the Jiao sword furnace had such a sword essence, and such a cultivator. Among the thousands of cavalry, the armor of the cultivator who had attacked was in tatters. While he managed to remain standing, his feet dug deep grooves in the ground. The sword in his hand was also scarlet red, the flame-like runes a pure golden color. However, right now, the sword in his hand was continuously shaking, some black marks appearing on the edge of the sword due to being burned. He was pushed back by the sword, but this powerful cultivator did not have anger in his eyes, only shock and disbelief. How can you be from the Jiao sword furnace? Some of the people who had not attacked were just as shocked as him. Someone could not help but shout. My master has many disciples. The Jiao sword furnace does not just have Jiao 1 and Jiao 4. The long-haired man slowly pulled back his hand. As his presence flowed back, the sword disappeared from his hand. But the powerful presence that flowed out of his body was still intimidating. Shi Fenghe took a deep breath and looked with a complicated gaze at the long-haired man. Why are you following him? He was naturally referring to Tang Mai. This was not an idle question. Each disciple of the Jiao sword furnace was a true hero. In the past many years, even those who had died in battle had left behind many admirable stories. Especially today, after the seventh disciple of the Jiao sword furnace, Jiao Zhon, was killed by Yi Xileng in Changling, in the minds of most cultivators in the world, the Jiao sword furnace only had Jiao 1 and Jiao 4 left. How could a giant of the Jiao sword furnace be willing to live in seclusion with a general of the Chu dynasty who had retreated into the mountains? Even when Tang Mai had retreated, he had not stood in a high position in the Chu dynasty. His status in the Chu dynasty army back then was not as high as Shi Fenghe now. My master taught me to be patient. My master agreed with Great General Tang's way of using troops, so he asked me to follow him. The long-haired man's expression was still cold, but the crimson light in his eyes had not faded. He gave off an eerie and powerful feeling. After saying this, he glanced at Shi Fenghe and the cavalry behind him. He said, "Are there any other problems?" "There will be no more problems," Shi Fenghe answered seriously. Then he turned his horse and turned around. No one would have any more problems. Because no one felt they were stronger than the Grandmaster of the Jiao sword furnace back then. Even now, most cultivators thought that the Grandmaster of the Jiao sword furnace back then was stronger than Wang Jingmeng back then. The cultivators of the Jiao sword furnace thought the same. The cultivators of the Jiao sword furnace all thought that Wang Jingmeng owed their master a fair duel. If it was a coincidence that a legendary cultivator like the humble blade was following Tang Mai, then it was not a coincidence that a cultivator of the Jiao sword furnace was following him. Even more importantly, the other riders around Tang Mai did not appear to be weak. At least, the 4 marquises of the Qin dynasty alone might not have so many powerful cultivators around them. The 1,000 cavalry surrounded Tang Mai and the others at the very back and started to march quickly and silently. When night came, this army did not stop to rest. They changed horses in a river valley and continued to advance at full speed. On the other side of the Chu dynasty, in the plains, there was another cavalry troop galloping. Wolves howled. The commander at the front looked up at the moon. A feeling of hunger immediately took over his body and mind. It was as though his stomach had been emptied in this moment. Waves of emptiness and the terrifying feeling of needing to replenish food filled his mind. This commander finally reacted. It had been too long since the last round of resting and eating. His subordinates should need to replenish their food more than him. He was silent for a moment. He knew that there was a problem with his impatience to get to the north. He gave the order to rest on the spot and cook rice in the pot. When the bonfires started, he made a decision. He had all the soldiers take off the shining golden armor on him and the beasts, bury them on the ground, and fill in all the traces. Very few people would question his orders, but this order of his caused the atmosphere in this temporary camp to suddenly become extremely oppressive. A commander immediately questioned loudly. This was the tradition of this army, and the experience of this army. Any matter that could shake the morale and resolve of the army had to be resolved in public. General, we all know that you are in a hurry to return to the battlefield in the north. But I worry that because you are in too much of a hurry, your emotions will have problems. The golden flame armor has always been the strongest weapon of the gold dagger army. We are used to fighting while wearing the golden flame armor. In battle, we had already subconsciously gotten used to the fact that our armor was hard to pierce and could withstand the impact of powerful energy to charge forward and kill. If we take off the armor, will we still be so brave? Will we still be the gold dagger army? This was the gold dagger army. The commander at the front was naturally the strongest general guarding the other side of the Chu dynasty, Xiangyang. I know that there was a problem with my previous emotions. Due to the comparison of military power between the two sides, from any angle, the gold dagger army will be the key to victory. Xiangyang bathed in the moonlight and slowly walked through the bonfire. His gaze swept over every soldier who was looking at him. His voice wasn't loud, but it was abnormally steady and clear. Based on the speed of the march, even if we hide our golden flame armor and go into battle with light armor, this battle will at least be in the middle to late stages by the time we reach the northern border. So from a certain point of view, the arrival of the gold dagger army will not affect how many Qin soldiers we can kill, but give all the armies in the north confidence. We only need. I fear that we will only have time to win 1 or 2 crucial battles. The key to our gold dagger army is to arrive at the crucial moment, and not arrive in perfect condition and combat power. As for the loss of the armor that we've already gotten used to, there's still a long way to go before we reach the northern region. We can slowly change and get used to it along the way. If we really reach the 1 or 2 crucial battles that I've mentioned, if there's really no other way, then we'll use our flesh and blood as armor to win the battle. Xiangyang's last words seemed to be said helplessly, but such helplessness contained his courage to risk his life. Before he finished speaking, countless shouts and roars sounded in the temporary camp. After the golden armor was removed, the lack of body heat caused the temperature to drop. But the hot blood was boiling like the bonfires at this time. Chapter 565. The Yin Mountain was very high. Even standing on a flat slope, the stars above their heads were multiple times larger than in Changling. They looked like pearls that could be touched. Many parts of the Yin Mountain were the natural boundary between the Qin and Chu territories. This slope was close to the Chu, and belonged to the Chu dynasty. But at this time, the Qin army was stationed on the slope. Black tents were spread out on the slope, forming a formation. In the river valley and desert 20 miles below the slope, there were countless bonfires denser than the stars in the sky. The black tents and red bonfires were connected to each other until the end of ordinary people's vision. It was like the legendary Nether River. In the Qin army's camp on the slope, there was an enormous tent made from black yak hair that was like a black sky. Dozens of arm-thick candles illuminated a sand table. Sand table deduction. This was a tool that almost all generals used in battle many dynasties ago. It could directly see the terrain their army was in, the movements of each army, and from there, judge the details of the situation. This was a battle between two large empires with similar strength. The rarely seen deployment of troops caused the sand table in the middle of this tent to be extremely large. Numerous small flags that represented the army were also extremely densely packed between the mountains and rivers. The discussion of the battle deployment had ended. When the sun rose tomorrow, some of the small flags would move to a new position or disappear completely. Only Sima Qiu and Fu Su were left in the enormous tent. Standing in the flickering candlelight, there were some markings on these small flags. He thought about the many lives behind these seemingly insignificant little flags on the sand table. When he thought about the corpses that filled the river valleys when these small flags disappeared, Fu Su could not calm down. His breathing was heavy. Sima Qiu looked at him, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corners of his cold mouth. What is this? He reached out a finger and pointed at the enormous sand table in front of him. Fu Su's body shook slightly. He instinctively responded, "This is the life and death of countless people." Sima Qiu's disdain grew. He shook his head and said, "This is the entire world, the entire Qin dynasty." Fu Su was stunned and could not understand the meaning of Sima Qiu's words. Most commanders may be powerful cultivators, but powerful cultivators may not be able to become commanders. Sima Qiu glanced at him and said coldly, "Commanders and ordinary powerful cultivators are different in that they see things from a different height. You are the most valued prince of the emperor and the empress. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, the throne of the Qin dynasty will naturally be handed over to you. Therefore, you must view things from the perspective of the empire as a commander. Right now, this sand table is only evolving a battle, but this great battle involves the power of the entire empire. The outcome of this battle will determine the fate of the empire. Compared to the entire empire, although each flag here represents the life and death of thousands or even tens of thousands of people, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, they are still too insignificant." Sima Qiu's gaze left Fu Su's face and the sand table in front of him to look at the night sky outside the tent. He paused for a long moment before saying slowly, "From a certain point of view, Zhao Mu is the opponent I fear the most because he only cares about the final victory, and not the process. Tang Mai is similar to you in personality, and cares too much about the life and death of these people. Each dynasty has many powerful cultivators, and countless generals skilled in battle. As the commander and in your position, what you need to grasp is the direction of the entire situation. These people will naturally fight the war." Sima Qiu laughed. "Just like right now, you only need to confirm that Tang Mai will not have any problems leading the Chu army. Can you see that with him leading, in the overall situation, the Chu army has a fatal weakness? If you cannot see it, then there is no meaning in being commander, and any orders you give are meaningless. Maybe the armies represented by these flags will mostly win, but in the end, you will find you have inexplicably lost." Weakness. Hearing Sima Qiu's teachings, Fu Su looked dazedly at the sand table. He could not see where the fatal weakness of the Chu army that Sima Qiu spoke of was. The more complicated the battle lines, the longer the time, the more variables there will be. As the Yang, Qi, and Basin Kendo ground enter, it will be even more disadvantageous for us. Zhao Mu stayed in the Chu capital to stabilize the situation, and elected Tang Mai as the commander. This is Tang Mai's way of leading, and he will naturally do this. Sima Qiu put away his smile and said slowly, "But a commander like him has a fatal weakness in food. While the Chu army has prepared for a winter, we do not have enough food. The more fragmented the battle, the more routes there are to transport and store food, and the easier it is for problems to occur. As long as we can detect this, all orders need to focus on this." Fu Su's breathing paused. He finally understood. Sima Qiu said indifferently, "Food, food, food, there needs to be grass. Of all the orders issued tonight, the 50,000 Tiger Army led by Lian Bo appears to be the most active, but in reality, it is just to tie down the majority of the Chu army. The key is those flags. Many of the Chu army's stored food will be burned. Even the march of Wei Wuzhou's army towards the Green River Meadow is just a bait. The use of many powerful cultivators in battle is to tie down and protect some generals. Sometimes, victory is not decided by the battles between these people, but by the victory of some inconspicuous armies. Shuegu Pass. At a very inconspicuous place on the sand table. A valley in the Yin Mountain that did not receive sunlight reached here. Because there was no sunlight, even in the beginning of summer, this valley was covered in a layer of white snow. This pass was located in the north of Daliang Commandery. Because it was too remote, it was only used to guard against bandits outside the pass. So a stone city was built at the entrance of the valley. Originally, there were only 400 soldiers stationed here. But many days ago, some of the Chu dynasty's nobles and their attendants arrived here. Adding on the military governor, there were more than 700 people. These nobles came from the areas around the Chu capital Ying. They belonged to powerful families, but they were not strong enough for consort Zheng Xiong to show mercy. All the members of these nobles who could participate in battle were organized into an army. Only the old, weak, women and children who could not follow the army were left in the capital and taken care of. After going to the front lines, the army formed by these nobles was split up and sent to different places. In the end, the group of people sent to Shuegu Pass were weak, and could not compare to the 400 soldiers stationed here. The soldiers stationed here did not have good feelings towards these nobles, and feared that these people would defect. So when these people arrived, they were divided into groups of 5, and led by an old soldier. Many of the ordinary soldiers here immediately became corporals. The corporal Song Wei, who was responsible for guarding the outpost tonight, was one of these old soldiers. The so-called outpost was just a hidden tent on a slope of the valley that could barely fit 6 people. Even though the 6 were squeezed tightly together to resist the cold, and relied on the warmth of their bodies to stay warm, Song Wei could still clearly feel the enmity of the 5 people he was leading. As long as we are quiet, the wind in the valley is enough to cover our voices. Powerful cultivators will not be able to hear us. If we do not speak, we will easily become sleepy. Why don't we talk? This old soldier, whose skin was like tree bark because of the wind and the sun of the plateau, rubbed his hands and spoke. No one responded. Song Wei did not care and said, "I know you are discontent. Everyone wants to live a peaceful life. Who wants to suffer here? It is not just you who does not want to, I also do not want to. I am not a cultivator, and do not have the capital to get military merit. Then why did you join the army?" Many breaths later, a voice sounded. "I had no choice." Song Wei smiled self-deprecatingly. "My father had 2 sons. I am the eldest. My younger brother has been weak since childhood, and can read better than me. My family is poor and has no land. According to the laws of the Chu, we cannot pay the military tax. Someone in the family naturally has to join the army. If not me, who will? You are different from me, but you also have no choice." Song Wei turned to look at the people squeezed with him and said seriously, "What I mean is, since we are here, we should take things as they come. Since we have no choice, our only thought is to think of a way to survive. Living well is better than dying here. So anger is not of much use. Everyone is safe here, and everything will be fine after this battle." The tent became silent again. Seeing that his words were recognized, Song Wei smiled and said, "Fortunately, we are too far away here, and not at a strategic location. So the Qin army should not come here to ambush us. We have a chance of survival." He naturally wanted to say that they had a greater chance of survival. However, his words came to an abrupt end. His Adam's apple froze, his entire face froze, and his pupils contracted. In the white snow, there were some slight differences in whiteness. Several white silhouettes silently appeared in the valley like ghosts. Then, more and more white figures appeared, densely spreading towards the valley behind them. Chapter 566. These white figures were all dressed in white cotton robes. The robes were very rough, and the white was mixed with natural specks of light gray. Yet, it was very similar to the color of Shuegu Pass. Even more importantly, the white of these white robes contrasted with the black scabbards below. These figures moved in an orderly manner. Their silent and cold presence caused Song Wei to conclude at a glance that this was the Qin army. The duty of the night guard was to warn as quickly as possible when they discovered the enemy. Yet, as Song Wei looked at these silent white figures, the only thought in his mind was, even if he warned, would it be of any use? In just a few moments, the number of white figures that appeared in his line of sight had already exceeded 2,000. This was already double the number of guards in Shuegu Pass, and the number of white figures within Shuegu Pass was still increasing. Song Wei could not understand why there would be so many Qin soldiers using this place as a breakthrough point. But he was certain that this Qin army had an even more important mission, and their goal was not to take Shuegu Pass. That useless thought only hovered in his mind for a few breaths of time. In the next moment, he used all of his strength to viciously throw the porcelain bottle that was already tightly clenched in his hand out of the hidden tent. The mouth of this porcelain bottle was sealed with wax, and inside it was the red phosphorus cinnabar that had been specially made. As long as this bottle was broken and came into contact with the air, no matter where it was, it would immediately ignite into a bright flame. Yet, Song Wei only made this throwing gesture, and the bottle did not fly out of his hand. A cold wind came from outside the tent, blew into the tent, and seeped into Song Wei's body through his hand. Song Wei opened his mouth in shock but could not make a sound. Out of the corner of his eye, the 5 people huddled with him were also frozen by this cold wind. He watched as the Qin army moved soundlessly like white ghosts on the road below. When no more new white figures appeared at the end of the army, the total number of the Qin army had exceeded 5,000. What shocked him even more was that the checkpoints behind him also did not make any noise. This Qin army smoothly pressed towards the sleeping Shuegu Pass. Don't warn me. Your people in Shuegu Pass already know. When the last few soldiers of the Qin army had passed through dozens of breaths of time, an unfamiliar and young voice suddenly sounded in Song Wei's ears. An even deeper fear and shock spread through the cramped space of the tent. A few feet away from the tent, a young man had appeared out of nowhere. This young man was wearing an ordinary black cotton robe, and his face was covered with a black cloth. He stood calmly, completely opposite to the oppressive atmosphere of the Qin army pressing towards Shuegu Pass, giving people a strange feeling. What do you mean? Who are you? Song Wei inexplicably found that he could speak. He lowered his voice, suppressing the shock in his heart, and shouted 2 sentences. Just from the other's accent, he was certain that the other was not from Chu. Don't be nervous. If I were on the same side as the Qin army, you would all be dead by now. The young man slowly turned around and glanced at Song Wei. This was not a matter of personal life and death. Song Wei took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "The people inside already know? Before coming here, I had already notified the people inside." The young man did not beat around the bush and said, "The more the Qin army feels that Shuegu Pass is defenseless, the more they will attack, and Shuegu Pass will be able to hold. With 5 times the number of enemies, no matter what method he used, no matter how lazy he was in battle, how could he possibly defend himself?" This was the first thought that appeared in Song Wei's mind. But for some reason, the young man's extremely calm gaze caused him to not immediately say such a thing. He instinctively asked, "So many Qin soldiers are going to pass through here, and in such numbers, and use such a night sneak attack. What do they want to do?" "Daong Pass," the young man said crisply. Then he knew that Song Wei could not understand and quickly explained. "This Qin army is going to attack Daong Pass as quickly as possible. If they can burn down the fodder fields of Daong Pass, in a dozen days, the 40 to 50,000 soldiers in this area will be at a great disadvantage." Song Wei was not a general, but he was an old soldier who had served here for many years. He immediately reacted. The fodder fields of Daong Pass would provide fodder to the border cities of Juyong and Jushan. These 2 border cities were important transit cities for the Chu army to transport grain. If the large numbers of soldiers and horses in these 2 border cities did not get enough fodder, even if the 2 border cities were not lost, they would not be able to effectively transport grain out. In this moment, even Song Wei reacted. If Shuegu Pass was taken, and the Qin army successfully attacked Daong Pass, then the loss of these inconspicuous passes along the way would have a great effect on the entire battle. This was a terrifying loophole. Before this, the Chu generals should not have detected the movements of the Qin army and had not had the time to block this loophole. Thinking of these terrifying possibilities, Song Wei broke out in a cold sweat. "You can burn the cinnabar now." At this moment, the young man turned to look at him and said calmly. Song Wei was stunned and then understood that the young man wanted him to throw the porcelain bottle in his hand. "Quick!" The young man hurriedly spat out a word with frightening power. Song Wei saw the Qin army was less than 100 feet from the walls of Shuegu Pass. He gritted his teeth and threw the porcelain bottle in his hand. With a boom, a flame appeared on the hillside. This flame was purple, like a long candle flame. When it was blown by the wind, it scattered like countless purple-red fireflies and flew up into the sky. The dots of purple flame against the white snow below was beautiful. Usually, it would be romantic, but at this time, it only gave people a feeling of suffocation and death. High up on the walls of Shuegu Pass, dozens of Chu generals stood like stones, their emotions extremely nervous. A female cultivator stood in front of them. This female cultivator looked coldly at the Qin army surging in front of her. When the flames appeared on the slope behind her, she did not even glance in that direction. All of her perception and attention were focused on the Qin army below. Many people in the ghostly Qin army turned their heads in this moment. But only she caught the difference in this moment. She found the person with the fastest reaction, the first to notice the abnormality on the slope behind her, and the first to turn his head. Her perception landed on this person. Even if this person was not the main general of this Qin army, he was at least the person with the highest cultivation in this army. Chapter 567. The night wind suddenly disappeared. It was not that the wind from the valley had suddenly stopped, but that an enormous wave of primal energies of the universe had been drawn over by this female cultivator's perception, and counteracted the wind. The woman reached out her hand, and an extremely pure lifeblood aura gushed out from her fingertips. It was also at this moment that the sound of cracking ice tore apart the silence of the night sky. In the empty air, countless pieces of blue-black ice formed, and gathered in front of her finger at an unimaginable speed, piling up. This was an unimaginable scene. These pieces of ice piled up into a sword, and extended downwards along with her perception. The moment the Qin cultivators below reacted, a blue-black ice sword dozens of feet long had formed. With terrifying murderousness, it charged like a flood towards the person her perception had locked onto. Many shrill screams and the sound of the air being torn apart sounded. This represented the only cultivator in the Qin army who was able to react in time at this moment. The vital energy of the cultivator she had locked onto surged outwards. His white robe exploded into cotton wool that sprayed outwards. The robe was soft, but due to the eruption of vital energy, it became heavy. This cultivator used his body as a sword, and furiously slashed backwards, without any concern for the lives of the soldiers behind him. Several flying swords flew over in a panic to meet the ice sword that continued to pile up. Although they knew that they could not match it, they still went up to meet it at all costs, wanting to stop the ice sword for a moment. The flying swords that seemed light but carried great power collided with the ice sword, but were not slowed at all. The ice sword charged through these flying swords without stopping, like an enormous hammer hitting the flying cultivator, and then smashing the cultivator's body into the ground below. When the sword essence landed, and the terrifying power went down, and was finally received by the compacted earth, time and the scene seemed to stop for a moment. Boom! In the next moment, the sword essence spread, and the ground exploded outwards. With the cultivator's body as the center, dozens of Qin soldiers were blasted outwards along with the rubble and earth. Numerous flying swords fell miserably into the earth, unable to fly again, and only remnants of light flashed. The figure of the cultivator who had been smashed into the ground by the ice sword had already disappeared without a trace. Release. The ice sword in the woman's hand had disappeared. The vibrations from the ground reached the walls of Shuegu Pass. Frost fell from the cracks in the walls. The dozens of Chu generals behind her finally reacted. One of them howled. Countless ear-piercing sounds could be heard. It was the arrows that made the ear-piercing sound. However, compared to the hundreds of arrows that appeared to be sparse in the air, the dozens of metal balls that silently flew out behind the arrows were more eye-catching. These dozens of metal balls were all the size of an adult's head, and they all shone with a bright green luster in the night sky. When they fell to the ground several jong above the ground, they all split open, and each metal ball split into hundreds of bright green fragments, splashing down. Screams and screams, the sounds of swords clashing with metal, and the dull sounds of metal cutting through leather armor and flesh instantly merged into one. Right below these dozens of metal balls, a large number of Qin soldiers had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, several dozens of empty spots appeared in the once neat and orderly troop. The attack from Shuegu Pass in this instant killed at least 600 to 700 Qin soldiers. As blood sprayed, what chilled many Qin soldiers the most was that no orders were given. The general who should have been giving orders in this chaotic situation had been killed. Retreat. It was not until the second round of arrow rain that someone in the Qin army gave the order, and the entire army retreated like the tide. The woman on the wall of Shuegu Pass had already retracted her hand, but the air was still filled with blue-black frost, surging with a soul-stirring aura. This kind of powerful lingering aura gave people even more pressure than the dozens of metal balls that had caused terrible damage just now. Defend. However, after retreating 50 steps, a new military order was given, and the retreating Qin army stopped and regrouped into their battle formation. On the slope, Song Wei saw all of this. Seeing the Qin army stabilize their formation after just a few dozen steps, he still felt waves of coldness. In the past, when they had fought against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, the Qin army had shown a bravery and discipline that shocked all the dynasties in the world. Now, the Qin army was even better than that time. 9 Hell King Sword. Eldest miss of the Gongsun family, do not forget, you are from the Qin. The moment the retreating Qin army stopped, the person who gave the order shouted harshly. Shuegu Pass was even more silent. They were not the only ones intimidated by just now's attack. This person dared to shout like this, which meant he was brave. Since the woman on the wall had the ability to kill the general of this army with one blow, she naturally had the ability to kill this cultivator who had taken over the position. In the whole world, only the 9 Hell King Sword had that kind of extreme cold and violent power. There were countless stories about this sword and the eldest miss of the Gongsun family in Changling. So this military cultivator easily judged that the woman on the wall was the former eldest miss of the Gongsun family. The shout filled with fearlessness and anger echoed in the cold air, passed into the snowy valley, and echoed. It was like thousands of people were angrily pointing their fingers and criticizing Zhongsun Qianxue on the wall. When anyone believed they were on the side of righteousness and could disregard their life, their presence would overwhelm everything. This general of the Qin army was the same. But this had no effect on Zhongsun Qianxue. Her cold expression did not change. With a scornful and disdainful tone, she said, "Am I still from the Qin?" The general who spoke up suddenly froze. "I am the only one left of the Gongsun family," Zhongsun Qianxue added coldly. "Even if I am from the Qin, I am an enemy. If I could, do you think I would not kill all the people in the Changling Imperial Palace? You have to stand on the side of the Chu, and help them kill the Qin." The general was silent for a moment. He looked up at Zhongsun Qianxue's figure on the wall and said coldly, "This Shuegu Pass has very few seal weapons. Just now, those green gold killing balls should be all of Shuegu Pass's treasury. Even if you can kill all of us tonight, I fear there will not be many left alive in Shuegu Pass. That is your choice." Zhongsun Qianxue frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "If you want to die, and want these people to die with you, then I do not mind killing more people." The general was silent, his hands trembling slightly. The air inside and outside Shuegu Pass grew heavier. On the mountain slope, Song Wei even stopped breathing. He knew that this Qin general spoke the truth. If this Qin general ordered the entire army to attack, even if Zhongsun Qianxue could kill people at a terrifying speed, The thin Shuagu Pass would not be able to withstand the Qin army using all the seal weapons they could. He did not know how many of his companions would survive. The two armies were in a stalemate, waiting for this general to give the order. Even if this general would be killed the moment he gave the order, the lives of thousands of people were in the hands of this general. At this time, Song Wei found that the young person who had been standing outside the tent was walking down the slope. This young man came without a sound, but at this time, he did not hide his footsteps. He stepped on the snow that had been frozen solid, and the sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in the absolute silence. The Qin general suddenly looked back and saw the figure of this young person. When marching and fighting, it is not a battle where one has to defend. If one knows they will lose and sends the entire army to their deaths to show their bravery, this is not just meaningless, it is an irresponsible and idiotic action. The young person walked alone to the back of the Qin army and looked calmly at the murderous Qin army. He looked at the general. Even if one wants to take revenge, one should not mindlessly send themselves to their deaths. Back when they were conquering the Han, Zhao, and Wei, all the Qin generals had to understand that if they could only kill a few key people, or use cultivators to decide victory, they should not throw in more lives. A general and a pure cultivator are different. Sending themselves to their deaths does not represent bravery. This young person was naturally Ding Ning. He looked calmly at the general and said, "In the past, against the three dynasties, many battles were decided by cultivators fighting in front of the formation. If you still do not understand, you and I will have a fair fight. If you win, I will let you pass Shuagu Pass. If you lose to me, you will withdraw." The Qin general, whose face could not be seen in the darkness, was silent for a moment and said, "Our lives are too insignificant to a battle like this." "No one is insignificant." Ding Ning looked at the Qin general and said, "In my view, it is good if one more out of 1,000,000 people can return home." The Qin general slowly raised his head and nodded. "You should be from the Qin. Let's bet on our duel. If you win, I will order the army to retreat." Chapter 568. Ding Ning looked approvingly at this Qin general, and then his gaze landed on his sword. This was a small and thin indigo sword with gold and yellow seal scripts. It looked like an enlarged dragonfly wing. This small indigo sword was very suited to be a flying sword. It was one of the many flying swords that had just now been struck into the mud by Zhongsun Qianxue. This was the only flying sword that could return to Zhongsun Qianxue's hand after being struck down. The Qin army did not move as a whole. They only parted in the middle to make a path. This Qin general walked out of the formation towards Ding Ning. At this time, when he was close, and reflected in the starlight, even Song Wei, who was not a cultivator on the slope, could see the face of this Qin general. This was a man in his 30s. There were few signs of hardship on his face. While his expression was cold, he still gave people the feeling of a scholar. Ding Ning nodded in greeting to this Qin general, who walked out and said, "Looking at your sword, you should be a cultivator of Clear River Sword School?" This Qin general also nodded in greeting and said, "Clear River Sword School, Yu Yang Shan." Ding Ning did not report his name like the other, and said, "Since you are a cultivator of Clear River Sword School, you should not have come to the battlefield for long." This Qin general called Yu Yang Shan perceptively heard the meaning of his words. His voice was low, and he did not disguise it. While we are forced to listen to the orders of the imperial city like many of Changling's cultivation places, when we come to the front lines, we can experience the scarcity of cultivators for the army. So you actually care a lot about the army, especially the life and death of these people with you. Ding Ning said calmly. A sharp hiss sounded in the air next to him. A piece of deep green metal flew up from the ground next to him and floated next to him. This dark green metal fragment came from the metal ball that had been thrown out of Shuagu Pass. The official name of this kind of seal weapon in the Chu military was green gold killing ball. The name was simple but murderous. Relying on the seal scripts carved on it, once its flying speed reached a certain level, it could destroy the balance of energy on the seal weapon and cause a violent explosion. Although this kind of metal fragment was hard, it was naturally very different from a sword embryo. In particular, the runes engraved on it were naturally not made for flying. However, It was now very obvious that Ding Ning was using one of the fragments as a flying sword. You want to use this as a sword? Yu Yangshan frowned deeply. Even though it was a terrifying ability to communicate with the seal scripts on a fragment like this, cultivators who had never been in contact with a normal flying sword would be unfamiliar with it. The battle between flying swords would only be decided in an instant, not to mention the brittleness of this metal. It was impossible for it to withstand a violent collision. To put it simply, as long as such a piece of metal collided with his flying sword once, it would completely shatter. The simpler the seal scripts, when combined with some direct sword forms, will have unexpected effects. Ding Ning looked at this Changling cultivator who was not willing to take advantage of him before the duel started and said without hesitation, "Also, I do not want people to see my sword." Yu Yangshan took a deep breath. In a situation like this, no one had the desire to waste words. "Please." Accompanying his solemn voice was a clear sword hum from his side. Then the thin flying sword in his hand, like a dragonfly's wing, drew a sharp arc of light in front of him. This was completely in accordance with the etiquette of Changling's duels. Ding Ning did not speak. He nodded, the index and middle fingers of his right hand came together and pointed at Yu Yangshan. A wave of vital energy silently flowed from his fingertips and disappeared into the surrounding air. That irregular piece of metal that looked like an arrowhead suddenly sped up. With a bang, it moved like a tile floating on water, leaving behind 5 or 6 shadows. Chaotic duckweed tracks. Yu Yangshan's breathing suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was clearly a sword move of his sect, Clear River Sword School. But when the other used it, the sword essence was something most people of Clear River Sword School could not compare to, and it had a kind of nimbleness and perfection that even he did not have. In this moment of extreme shock, his reaction was slower than usual. Only when this piece of metal was only several feet away from his throat did he react. The flying sword in front of him shook violently, and the thin sword body actually emitted a huge rumbling sound. Just like that, the flying sword flew horizontally and fiercely smashed upward. This was the great shore slap of the Clear River Sword Manual. It took the meaning of the great wave hitting the table, and the spirit being crushed. Fairness only existed before the battle. For a swordsman like him, once the battle started, he had to search for the other's weakness without holding back. The difference between the other's metal pieces and the sword nucleus meant that he only needed one fierce collision to win. Ding Ning's expression did not change at all. He still held his fingers together and swung downwards. The sword move changed again. The metal piece that had been stabbing towards Yu Yangshan suddenly jumped up. The sharpness immediately turned into a gentle presence that moved with the wind. It nimbly slid by the edge of Yu Yangshan's sword energy like a piece of driftwood that used the wave to jump up. Floating light sweep. Seeing such an exquisite sword move, Yu Yangshan, whose pupils contracted, could not control his emotions and shouted the name of this move. This move was still the sword move of the Clear River Sword Manual. As he cried out in alarm, a tremor came from his waist. An ordinary 100 refined black iron sword was pulled out by his right hand. The moment the sword left the scabbard, dozens of fine streaks of green light shot out along with the violent vibrations, attacking the metal fragments that were only a few feet away from his forehead. Many Changling cultivators skilled in flying swords would have 2 swords, but one of the swords was just for show. Usually, when a flying sword failed in a fight, without the help of an attendant, even if they had another sword, they could not keep up with the speed of the other's flying sword. So Yu Yangshan's sword to defend against close combat was just a normal military sword. He most likely only found after entering the military that many seal weapons were used against swordsmen after they used their flying swords, so he was given such a sword. But with just this change in sword move, he was forced to use such a prepared sword. Also, the other was using the sword moves of his Clear River Sword School. With a soft pop, the metal piece seemed to lose control and give off multiple streams of energy. It shot into the air and just happened to avoid the dozens of sword energies that came from his prepared sword. Yu Yangshan shouted. The flying sword in front of him that had flown out of control gave off a shrill sound and chased after the metal piece like a meteor. At the same time, Yu Yangshan's feet stepped hard on the ground. The moment the ground caved in, his body smashed towards Ding Ning like a meteor. In just this exchange of blows, he was already certain that in terms of attainments in the flying sword, he didn't know how much of a gap there was between him and his opponent. Since this was the case, he only had a chance of victory if he got close. Chapter 569. Ding Ning did not look at Yu Yangshan, who had jumped up. He just stared at the spinning metal piece in the air. His right index and middle fingers were still pointing downwards. As if there was an invisible string between heaven and earth, the metal shard that seemed to have gone out of control suddenly sank and steadily cut downwards. The sharpest edge of the shard accurately cut into a rune on the flying sword. There was a loud explosion. The metal piece was easily shattered, but the sharp corner that had cut into the seal script on the flying sword was broken off and embedded in the seal script. The energy flowing through the flying sword was immediately cut off and lost control. The energy that came out of the sword immediately turned the flying sword into a falling leaf in the wild wind and swept into the night sky. Yu Yangshan's body shook slightly. Instantly losing his connection with the flying sword, the recoil of energy had some effect on the flow of vital energy in his body, but it did not affect his mind. His flying sword was only used to contain that piece of metal. At this time, that piece of metal could not become Ding Ning's piece, so he did not care about his flying sword. Pew! As his body shook, he forcefully controlled the vibrations of his vital energy. Then waves of vital energy flowed into the black iron longsword in his hand at a wondrous rhythm. Blue ripples appeared on the black sword. These ripples turned into countless sword shadows that covered Ding Ning's entire body. Ding Ning did not have a sword in his hand, but as he raised his left hand, it was possible to see the reflection of metal. At some unknown time, maybe when he had walked down the slope towards the rear of the Qin army, he had used his vital energy to take in many of the metal pieces that had fallen to the ground. These metal pieces were even smaller, and did not even have a complete seal script. They could not be considered seal weapons, and could not be used as flying swords like the metal piece just now. Yet looking at the many sword shadows falling towards him, Ding Ning flipped his left hand and flicked it. With a swoosh, a piece of metal shard was flicked out by him. It was as if he had thrust his sword forward. A furious shout rang out. The blue ripples of sword shadows suddenly shattered. Yu Yangshan, who had just landed on the ground, barely managed to fly to the side. There was a streak of blood on his left shoulder. This piece of metal had actually left a wound on his shoulder. Yu Yangshan's mouth was open. As he breathed, his body felt cold and disbelief. Only he could understand the true emotions he was feeling. Ding Ning flicked the shards with his finger and thrust his sword forward. This sword move, which did not have any moves, was aimed at the only flaw in his move just now. It could even be said that before Ding Ning had stabbed out with his sword, he had not even realized that there was such a flaw in his attack. Ding Ning did not take the opportunity to make the first move. He just looked at him quietly. Yu Yangshan took a deep breath and howled again. He flicked his sword upwards, and multiple sword shadows attacked Ding Ning's abdomen from below like water plants dancing in the water. Ding Ning took a step back, and his left hand flicked out a piece of shard again. The howl turned into a shout. Yu Yangshan's advance stopped. His body turned around, and another wound appeared on his sword-wielding right arm. Yu Yangshan could not understand. He gritted his teeth and advanced again. One sword turned into three, and the three sword lights went straight down the middle towards Ding Ning's head. With a hiss, a metallic light broke through the air. Yu Yangshan's three sword lights disappeared. Then there was an explosion. His black iron longsword was at his heart, and there was a dazzling ball of golden sparks on the sword. Both inside and outside Shuigu Pass were deathly silent. Both the Chu cultivators on the pass and the Qin cultivators were silent. Some people's hands could not help but tremble. Everyone could see that Ding Ning was much stronger than Yu Yangshan. But what was most frightening was that Ding Ning had not used his vital energy to suppress his opponent from beginning to end. He had only been using sword moves to defeat sword moves, and even the sword moves of Clear River Sword School against Yu Yangshan. Even now, in the eyes of some people, Ding Ning's performance in this battle was like an elder of Clear River Sword School teaching a junior and demonstrating sword move. Yu Yangshan's figure stopped. The sword in his hand was constantly vibrating. The wounds on his body were all light injuries, but at this moment, his emotions were surging, causing his body to constantly tremble. He and Ding Ning stood dozens of feet apart. The scene froze in this moment. But at this time, he sensed a faint life bond presence forming in front of him. This faint life bond presence came from Ding Ning's hand. Sensing this faint but mountainous life bond presence, Yu Yangshan was sure that the other's vital energy cultivation was a whole realm above his own. Ding Ning slowly released a wave of life bond energy. The pieces in his left hand were blown up by the life bond energy, and then in the direction of the energy, they twisted together in his hand and turned into a sword made from metal pieces and energy. Without any pause, he calmly swung his sword at Yu Yangshan. Sword shadows that looked like green ripples appeared in front of him. This sword move was the pure clear ripple of Clear River Sword School that Yu Yangshan had just now used. Yu Yangshan raised his sword. But he could not meet it head-on. His chest felt as though there were mountains pressing down on it, and he could only retreat a dozen steps. Because this sword move had no weakness. Compared to the previous sword strike, not only was the flaw that he had not noticed previously completely eliminated by the other party's sword edge had only changed its trajectory slightly, causing the ripples to be even more powerful. Ding Ning advanced. As Yu Yangshan retreated, he took a step forward and swung his sword again. In the pitch-black night, there was suddenly a sparkling light, and a gorgeous radiance spread out. The shadow of the sword was like a gorgeous flower blooming in the water. Yu Yangshan's face was bloodless and pale, but his heart was beating violently. He had never used this flower in the water move before, but it was still a sword form of Clear River Sword School. In the other's hand, it was unprecedentedly perfect, with more variations, and more than doubled in power. It could be said that he had never thought that this sword move could be so powerful. He could not stop it, and retreated again. As he retreated, his mind was blank, without shock or terror. He only had one thought. So the sword forms of Clear River Sword School contained such variations, and could be changed like this. Ding Ning put his sword away. With the disappearance of the thin life origin chi, the originally unstable sword instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Occasionally, it would hit the mountain rocks and make a crisp sound. Ding Ning looked up at Yu Yangshan, who had retreated to the edge of the Qin army. He asked calmly, "Do you still want to die?" This question did not mention victory or defeat, or retreat. It seemed to be a strange and sudden question, but at this moment, some people understood his question. From the start, Yu Yangshan had not thought he could win. If he lost the duel, he would die here. Then the Qin army would leave according to the bet they had made. He would use his death to exchange for a reason for the Qin army to return. Before the duel started, he had been prepared to die. But some cultivators who understood the process of this battle saw Ding Ning's intentions. Ding Ning did not want him to die. He showed Yu Yangshan the possibility of some of Clear River Sword School's sword moves becoming more exquisite and powerful. Like a teacher, he revealed a new world of Clear River Sword School's sword manuals to Yu Yangshan. Yu Yangshan had decided to take responsibility for this failure as the commander of the Qin army, and exchange for a reason for the Qin army to return without shame. But when he saw the new world of his sword school's sword manuals, could he bear to bury this new world with his own death? Ding Ning's meaning was clear. You should not die. You should live well, and bring this new world to the other cultivators of Clear River Sword School. Chapter 570. Yu Yangshan's chest rose and fell violently. He was unable to respond immediately. Ding Ning was not in a hurry. He put his hands behind his back and looked calmly at him. A dozen breaths later, Yu Yangshan struggled to adjust his breathing. Then he still did not answer Ding Ning's question. He slowly bowed, and solemnly bowed to Ding Ning. He said, "I hope to know Sir's name in the future." Ding Ning bowed in return, as though in silent agreement. The Qin army started to retreat, taking away the bodies of their comrades who had been killed in front of Shuegu Pass. As they passed by Ding Ning like a tide, many of them silently bowed to Ding Ning. Even though they did not know Ding Ning's identity, and only knew that this was a young and powerful cultivator, since he had appeared with Zhongsun Qianxue, and was so familiar with the sword manuals of Changling, then he could only be a cultivator of the Basin Kendo ground. Almost all the records of the past deeds of the Basin Kendo ground had been burned. But the Qin people, especially the soldiers of the Qin dynasty, had their own opinions about the Basin Kendo ground. They could not judge the grievances between the Basin Kendo ground, Yuanwu, and Zhang Xiu. But they had great respect for the cultivators of the Basin Kendo ground. As to tonight, Ding Ning was naturally an enemy. But this was an enemy that they were convinced of. Ding Ning and this cultivator from Clear River Sword School had convinced not just the Qin army, but the Chu army at Shuigu Pass as well. Zhongsun Qianxue's blow could only be described as terrifying, but that was pure cultivation and power. What Ding Ning showed in this match was something many cultivators had never heard of, and could not understand. For example, using the fragments of Chu weapons as flying swords. Not only did it contain astonishing knowledge and skills, but it also contained a crucial thing called talent. This kind of explosive seal weapon would shatter into pieces without any rules. Even if one could sense it and merge their energy with the seal scripts on a piece, for a cultivator, this kind of piece was at most a broken sword that they had never touched before. For example, a swordsman could casually pick up someone else's flying sword on the battlefield and then use it directly, displaying extremely high sword intent and control skills. This had nothing to do with usual practice, it was only a matter of realm and talent. When all of the Qin army retreated into the snow valley, the sound of their departing footsteps could still be heard. The city gates of Shuigu Pass opened. Numerous Chu generals walked out of the city gates and came to Ding Ning to express their thanks. Yet Ding Ning did not give them much time to thank him. He looked at the Chu generals and said directly, "If you trust me, you must reinforce Anhu Pass as quickly as possible. Support Anhu Pass." The Chu generals were all stunned. Why? The leading general quickly recovered and asked. Ding Ning looked at him and shook his head. Do not ask why. This Chu general was silent for a moment and said, Anhu Pass originally has 5,000 troops. I only have 1,700 here. If I want to reinforce Anhu Pass immediately, how many troops do I have to send? Ding Ning glanced at him and said, the more the better. If I am the leader, I will take all of the troops stationed at Shuigu Pass. All of them? The Chu generals were shocked. Sometimes, victory or defeat is not determined by absolute numbers, but also by deceitful soldiers. Ding Ning nodded calmly and said, Anhu Pass has 5,000 troops. 10,000 Qin troops are heading there. Theoretically, even if Shuigu Pass rushes there, the Qin troops will be twice your number. Anhu Pass will not be able to hold. But if you can set up a deceptive formation when you go as reinforcements, and create the illusion that there are reinforcements many times your Shuigu Pass troops, you may be able to protect Anhu Pass. At this moment, the Chu generals finally understood and broke out in cold sweat. The leading general took a deep breath, his voice trembling. You mean that 10,000 Qin troops are attacking Anhu Pass? Ding Ning did not answer directly and said seriously, to take Daong Pass, and then your Juyong and Jushan border cities, this is not something the Qin army that has appeared here tonight can decide. Why are you lying to them? Zhongsun Qianxue walked to Ding Ning's side and looked at the nearby Shuigu Pass that seemed to be boiling. She asked softly. Other people did not know, but she and the old monk following Ding Ning knew that there were no 10,000 Qin troops heading towards Anhu Pass as Ding Ning said. The commander of the Qin army in this area is Mo Ying. I am familiar with his style. After this Qin army is defeated, he will quickly send an even larger army to flatten this place. Ding Ning turned and walked towards Shuigu. At the same time, he explained softly and patiently, these Chu people will undoubtedly die if they stay here, and there is no meaning in defending Shuigu Pass. Tonight, we only need to stop the Qin army here. Once the time is over, there is no meaning in losing Shuigu Pass. It is better to retreat to the vicinity of Daong Pass. Zhongsun Qianxue had no objections and asked, then where are we going now? Ding Ning said softly, we are going to kill Mo Ying. He will send many times his troops here with powerful seal weapons. His camp will be much emptier than usual, and it will be easier to kill him. Zhongsun Qianxue frowned slightly. Each marquis of the Qin dynasty's 13 marquises was not just a symbol of military service, but represented an enormous power. Each marquis had many strategists, death warriors, and powerful cultivators under them. Marquis Wei Wujiu had 2 terrifying grandmasters under him. One of them was Xiao Yang, who led Wei Wujiu's vanguard, and the other was the person Ding Ning spoke of, Mo Ying. Xiao Yang had 3,000 men of sacrifice under him. They were all from his hometown. Mo Ying's background was even more mysterious. Other than being resourceful and leading a larger army than Xiao Yang, it was said that he had all kinds of assassins. Killing such a person would only be a little easier than usual, but it would definitely not be simple. At least, in her view, this was a very daring and risky plan. Still, do not have him act. She glanced at the valley to the left. She could sense that the old monk was walking there, following her and Ding Ning. No need. Ding Ning shook his head firmly and said, "He is our last life-saving talisman. At least, do not let people find him on the battlefield right now." Zhongsun Qianxue nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement. This was something she would never have done before. But when she learned of Ding Ning's true identity, everything about her changed. She seemed to be returning to the young girl from many years ago who had hidden her cultivation and escaped the senses of the Gongsun family guards to climb over the wall and escape into the streets of Changling. War, especially one that even Ding Ning could not grasp, and needed to find victory in many battles. In the end, many people would die in a war between 2 dynasties. Naturally, it was very heavy. But some of her changes undoubtedly caused Ding Ning's mood to become better. Thinking of the time they had spent cultivating together in Changling's falling parasol, and the wall he had painted to prevent his memories from disappearing, Ding Ning turned to look at her and said softly, "Originally, in my plan, Mo Ying was ranked after Liang Lian. If I had not learned of Liang Lian in Fish Market, the first person I would have killed in Changling would have been Mo Ying." Zhongsun Qianxue stilled and said, "Why?" "Yang Xinlan." Ding Ning took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said, "Yang Xinlan once taught him swordsmanship with great care. Strictly speaking, he should be Yang Xinlan's only direct disciple." Zhongsun Qianxue grew silent. This was a matter of the past. She was a person who distinguished between love and hate, so she could understand Ding Ning's hatred. Compared to the many famous people of the Basin Kendo ground back then, Yang Xinlan, the master of the last flower sword, who had stayed behind to guard the Basin Kendo ground, had not been famous during the wars against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. Even Zhongsun Qianxue did not know much about Yang Xinlan. But after the battle at the Basin Kendo ground was destroyed, everyone in the world knew that the master of the last flower sword should have been one of the strongest people of the Basin Kendo ground. Actually, it would have been the same without Mo Ying. Since she made that choice, she would have died in battle at the Basin Kendo ground. Ding Ning looked at the night ahead and said slowly, "But if he had not told her some secrets about Yang Xinlan's sword manual, she would have been able to kill more people in that battle." Chapter 571. The weather was good. The sunlight passed through the gaps in the curtains and landed on Mo Ying's face in the tent. Mo Ying had a very determined face. His presence was very similar to Liang Lian's. He had many similarities with Liang Lian and the other young generals in the army. In the end, it was because they had all grown up in the era of the Basin Kendo ground. Back then, the generals of the Basin Kendo ground were not as desperate as the cultivators of the Jiao sword furnace, but they had a firm belief that the generals of the other dynasties could not compare to. Cold, determined, brave, fearless, these were the common auras of the cultivators of the Basin Kendo ground back then. In terms of growth, Mo Ying and Liang Lian had similar experiences. Liang Lian had once been an ordinary carriage driver, and Mo Ying had been an ordinary medicine master. He had not even been a medicine officer on the battlefield, and had only been responsible for making some basic blood-stopping medicines. Both of them had become powerful cultivators because they had come into contact with the experts of the Basin Kendo ground. What was most similar was that both of them had betrayed the Basin Kendo ground and quickly obtained high status. Liang Lian controlled about half of the defense forces around Changling, and was just one step away from being made a marquis. As to Mo Ying, he had followed Marquis Wei, and was the general that Marquis Wei relied on the most. His power was second only to Marquis Wei. The only difference was that Liang Lian had always been in Changling, and Mo Ying had always been leading troops on the border. Also, Mo Ying had truly been taught by the Basin Kendo ground. In terms of combat experience and personal cultivation, he was better than Liang Lian. Even Liang Lian was seeking to become the 14th Marquis of the Qin dynasty. This military official who was slightly stronger than Liang Lian naturally had the possibility of being made a Marquis. For so many years, Mo Ying had been willing to submit to Marquis Wei and lead troops for him. Only he knew the true reason. Although the sun was warm, the wind was cold. Mo Ying put down the military intelligence report he had read many times and took a sip of the warm tea on the charcoal stove beside him. He looked down and saw several yellow spots on the ground in one corner of the tent. Many yellow wildflowers had grown without him noticing. He finally felt some warmth. It was easy for a person's spirit to become tired if they relaxed a little. He felt a little tired. He sighed softly and rubbed his swollen temples. After all, he was getting old, and his energy was no longer as strong as it was 10 years ago. However, this tiredness and sighing only lasted for a short moment. The yellow in his vision disappeared, and the yellow flowers that had been full of vitality a few breaths ago became a faint white, like a person's sideburns stained with frost. The sudden chill in the cold wind not only condensed the water vapor in the air into frost, but also squeezed out the water from the grass and flowers, freezing them on the surface. Such a domineering and violent energy attack could only come from the murderous intent of a powerful cultivator. Many wrinkles appeared on Mo Ying's tough face. He put down the slightly hot teacup. When he raised his hand again, there was a short sword on the table in front of him. This short sword was only 1/3 of the length of an ordinary standard longsword of the Great Qin dynasty. The entire blade of the sword was very similar to the green sprouts of the grass. From the blade to the hilt, there were tiny white runes everywhere, looking like clusters of white flowers growing out of the green grass. This sword had been sealed for a long time. Without the injection of energy, its color was especially dim. Mo Ying looked at this sword for a moment and then looked up. A sharp sword essence formed in the air in front of him. With a crash, the thick curtain was cut neatly at the top and fell to the ground. As a large patch of sunlight entered his eyes, a man and woman walked in from outside the camp. The camp he was in was the command center of the Qin army in this area. There were countless sentries and hidden guards around. But to everyone's shock, the cultivators in the camp did not discover the two until this man and woman appeared in the sunlight and walked towards the main gates of the camp without any disguise. The woman was tall and wore ordinary blue robes of coarse cloth. There seemed to be wind and snow in front of her face, so people could not see her appearance. The man walking with her wore ordinary black robes of Changling, but his face was covered by a black cloth. The short sword on the table in front of Mo Ying vibrated slightly. When he saw this female cultivator, he confirmed the other's identity. As the commander of an army, it should be time for him to give the order for an uninvited guest to appear. But he did not move and maintained his silence. "Stop!" A threatening shout rang out in the camp. Even though most people in the camp did not know the origins of these people, when two strange cultivators suddenly walked towards the gates of the camp while the two dynasties were fighting, anyone would find it strange. The male and female cultivators didn't seem to hear this earth-shattering shout at all. They continued to walk forward at their original pace. "Release!" Without any hesitation, another shout rang out, accompanied by many shrill sounds of air being torn apart. Hundreds of arrows with flame on them fell like rain, burning the primal energies of the universe around the camp gates. But the most threatening was a flying sword hidden behind one of the arrows. This flying sword used an extremely insidious and stable posture to fly in the vortex behind one of the arrows. It didn't make any extra noise at all, and it didn't even have any effect on the arrow in front of it. This was a powerful flying sword control that surpassed the limits of vital energy cultivation. Most of the time, it was enough to kill cultivators stronger than the master of the flying sword. When this flying sword silently fell with the arrows, and was dozens of feet above the two cultivators still did not react. However, in the next moment, some flying ice shards appeared around the woman's body. These ice shards flashed with a deep gray and blue-black color under the sunlight. Pew 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 pew, there was a burst of soft sounds. The arrows that were truly aimed at this woman and the cultivators at her side all shattered. Even the flying sword hidden behind the arrows that seemed to be silent but actually contained powerful primal energies of the world also shattered at the same time. For ordinary cultivators, these flying swords and arrows were powerful, but for this woman, there didn't seem to be any difference. In the minds of ordinary people, if an arrow like this was a falling rock, then a flying sword like this would be a small mountain. How could there be no difference between a falling rock and a small mountain falling towards a person? In this moment, time seemed to stop. The camp was deathly silent. There was a loud cracking sound. The camp door made of heavy and thick wood was broken open. Pieces of wood fell to the ground like pieces of ice. The man and woman walked into the camp through the large hole that had been broken open. In the next moment, shocked and furious shouts sounded. Any soldier knew that if powerful cultivators entered deep into the camp, due to accidental injuries, some powerful seal weapons would not be effective. 5 cultivators immediately charged forward, pushing out all the vital essence in their bodies without holding back. They did not hold back at all. 5 different primordial chi gushed out like 5 waterfalls, smashing towards the 2 people. The woman did not look around. She simply reached out and made a slashing motion with her sword. The wild wind suddenly stopped. Everything froze. The entire camp was silent again. Everyone saw an unimaginably deep blue-black color fill his eyes, as if an abyss had been pulled out from the ground and thrown into the bright and beautiful sky. This extremely deep luster came from the lifeblood sword in the woman's hand. In the next moment, the figures of the 5 cultivators were cut in half at the waist. When they fell to the ground, there was the sound of ice shattering. Chapter 572. This sword strike was too casual, and the process of killing was too fast. Everyone in the army who saw this scene did not even have time to feel fear. They only subconsciously understood that the other party was too powerful, and that it was impossible to stop the other party from entering the depths of the camp. A wave of violent cold wind swept through the entire camp. The wild wind caused all the soldiers near the camp gates to lose their footing. Even the tents fixed to the ground with metal rods were lifted and flew backwards. The woman who held the life-bond sword that seemed capable of freezing and crushing a person's soul was wrapped in wind and frost. She had already advanced dozens of feet in a breath. The military equipment and seal weapons that were falling towards her landed behind her. The soldiers close to her on both sides were still in their attacking positions, but just like the military equipment and seal weapons, they were covered in ice and frozen to the ground. The cold wind moved forward, and the sword essence headed for Mo Ying's tent. Very few people could stand on this path, but not everyone. More than a dozen cultivators appeared from all corners of the camp and stood in the cold wind in front of her. These cultivators appeared to be scattered, but the power coming off of them cut through the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings, and formed a special formation. Some armies and sects had formations made by cultivators working together. They could merge the power of cultivators of lower cultivation to fight against powerful cultivators. The dozen cultivators who formed the formation were not weak. Even more importantly, in an army like this, if they could tie down the other and trap them in a certain area, the army would have more killing moves to deal with the invading cultivators. These dozen cultivators mostly came from different sects. Looking at the unimaginably deep sword, they knew the other was the legendary eldest miss of the Gongsun family, and this sword was the most vicious sword in the world, the 9 Hell King sword. So they pushed their vital energy to the limit. Zhongsun Qianxue felt the power of this formation. Her steps paused, and the path ahead grew long in her sight. One cultivator was not among the dozen cultivators. He stood behind a seal weapon, his perception locked onto Zhongsun Qianxue who had slowed down. The seal weapon in front of him was the height of 2 adults. On the base of the bronze cylinder engraved with many profound seal scripts, there was a standing metal doll. The metal doll reached out with its right index finger and pointed forward like it was pointing the way. "Don't move." Just as the vital energy in his body started to flow wildly and was about to activate the power of this large seal weapon, he heard a very sincere voice. The cultivator who had entered the camp with the eldest miss of the Gongsun family was not far behind him. This young cultivator dressed in black robes was naturally Ding Ning. Looking at the military cultivator who had turned slightly after hearing his voice, Ding Ning shook his head again and said softly, "Don't move." This military cultivator's body stiffened slightly. He knew that the other was telling him not to move to activate this powerful seal weapon. At the same time, he sensed the strong warning in the other's words. But he did not give up on attacking. After a moment of hesitation, the vital energy flowing furiously in his body surged out of his right sleeve. It did not fall into the seal scripts at the base of the seal weapon, but into a flying sword in his sleeve. With a boom, this military cultivator's sleeve was torn to pieces. A grey sword shadow fell like lightning towards Ding Ning's chest among the flying cloth. Ding Ning frowned slightly. He raised his right arm and pointed at the flying sword that was coming at him like a bolt of lightning. Amidst the deafening explosion, there was a shrill howl. A streak of sword energy shot out from his fingertip, piercing through the air that had been instantly compressed into layers of crystalline shadows, and accurately collided with the flying sword. This was just a sword energy with some life bond presence. More accurately, it was just a sword energy flowing out of the life bond sword. The tense faces of the military cultivators darkened. Due to the unique connection with their flying swords, the skin on their faces trembled violently. Lines of wrinkles spread across their faces like ripples. His pupils contracted violently, filled with disbelief. It was just a stream of sword chi flowing out of the other party's lifebound sword. However, the moment the sword chi appeared, his body instinctively trembled. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but his instant perception of the other's lifebond sword. What kind of sword was it? How could it be so strong that its aura alone was enough to make his body instinctively tremble? In the next moment, more of his shock came from his inability to control his flying sword. While the sword energy came from a sword so powerful it surpassed his imagination, in terms of its own power, it could not completely suppress his flying sword. However, his flying sword was sent flying by the sword chi. Under the violent tremors, he could no longer control his flying sword. Ding Ning's body bent slightly, and he avoided the 3 arrows coming from behind him. With after-images, he passed through the cold wind and arrived in front of the military cultivator. This military cultivator's breathing paused. With a grunt, 2 fingers on his right hand brought out a flower-like sword energy that fell towards Ding Ning's eyes. Ding Ning's brow was still furrowed slightly, but his expression was calm. He did not even blink. His right hand flicked, and a sword energy passed through the flower with a whoosh. The flower petals scattered. The tangible sword energy, like broken porcelain, brought out streaks of white energy and flew past Ding Ning's cheeks. Ding Ning's sword energy stabbed into the military cultivator's chest. This military cultivator's chest seemed to be hit by a wooden stake, and his body flew backwards. A bloody mist surged out of the military cultivator's chest. Yet when he landed hard on the ground, and felt his power flow out of his body, this military cultivator found he was still alive. He was only seriously wounded, but not dead. Mo Ying's gaze landed on this heavily wounded but not dead military cultivator. Compared to the battle of the dozen experts working together to fight Zhongsun Qianxue, this battle appeared insignificant. Yet when Ding Ning sent the military cultivator's flying sword flying, his attention was focused on this battle. Only a cultivator of his level could accurately sense what had happened in such a short time. What would decide the outcome of this battle was the breaking of moves. That young cultivator dressed in the most ordinary black robes of Changling had defeated the flying sword with 1 blow, and then the flower on the other's finger with 1 blow. Both blows had found the flaws in the other's sword forms at seemingly flawless places. Thousands of sword forms were hidden in the chest, and no move could not be defeated. A cultivator like this, many years ago on the Basin Kendo ground, had only appeared on 1 person. Now, he saw the shadow of that person on this black-robed young man. So this black-robed young man who had easily defeated the other, but only seriously wounded and did not kill the other, should be that person's heir. The heir to the 9-death silkworm had finally appeared. So it is true. He smiled bitterly, stood up, and picked up the sword on the table in front of him. Looking at the distant Ding Ning, he said to himself, what will come in the end. Chapter 573. A dozen cultivators stood disorderly in the wind and snow in front of Zhongsun Qianxue. Their figures were gradually covered by the wind and snow, but Zhongsun Qianxue's steps were even slower. The power released by these cultivators formed blue pillars of wind. The tops of these wind pillars reached into the sky and strangely connected together. Zhongsun Qianxue did not use the casual move she had used before. She sensed the movements of these cultivators and stabbed at the cultivator with the weakest presence. The coldness suddenly disappeared, and the air in this part of the world seemed to warm up. However, all of the coldness gathered in her sword, stabbing straight at that cultivator. The dozen cultivators shouted at the same time. Blue lines of fire suddenly appeared in the blue pillars of wind that were connected together like dragons. Pieces of glowing ice quickly gathered where Zhongsun Qianxue's sword was pointing, forming an ice spike dozens of feet long that stabbed towards that cultivator. Among the blue pillars of wind, countless blue flames fell towards this glowing ice spike like moths. The blue flames disappeared. Pieces of ice splashed off the surface of the ice spike and gradually shrank, disappearing a few feet in front of that cultivator. Zhongsun Qianxue's eyes seemed to burn with red embers, but her expression did not change at all. She took another step forward. The dozen cultivators who had formed a formation in the wind and snow shook violently and retreated a dozen steps at the same time. Multiple red lines appeared on the cultivator her sword was pointing at, and he had multiple wounds. Mo Ying naturally knew the power of the formation formed by the dozen cultivators. In reality, these cultivators from different sects had been following him all this time. They had formed this formation for more than a decade in order to prevent assassinations from the experts of the Basin Kendo ground. So he naturally knew the level Zhongsun Qianxue's sword represented. After many years of hiding, this eldest miss of the Gongsun family dared to cultivate this vicious sword that no one in the world dared to cultivate. She was not swallowed by the viciousness of this sword, and successfully stood among the strongest people in the world. But his gaze quickly left Zhongsun Qianxue's figure and looked at the young cultivator in black robes. He said, "I know you do not want to kill more people." His words were not a military order, but this was the first time Zhongsun Qianxue and Ding Ning had spoken as the commander after they entered the camp. So the entire camp was silent. "Since you do not want to kill more people, then we can talk." His gaze passed through the debris and debris swept up by the wild wind and landed calmly on Ding Ning. He said, "If I am not wrong, you should be the heir to the 9-death silkworm. You have come to settle an old debt from the Basin Kendo ground." The entire camp stopped. All the soldiers, including the dozen cultivators who could be killed by Zhongsun Qianxue at any moment, stopped in their tracks. In this moment, time seemed to freeze in the camp, all because of the words 9-death silkworm. In Changling, and even the entire Qin dynasty, nothing was more magical and soul-stirring than these 3 words. "All right." Ding Ning uttered a simple word. Zhongsun Qianxue stopped moving forward. Everyone in the camp stopped. Everyone's gaze gathered on Ding Ning. Many people couldn't help but tremble, including the dozen cultivators in the formation. Whoever moves, dies. Mo Ying glanced at Zhongsun Qianxue who had stopped but still held the 9-Hell King sword and said. All his subordinates understood the meaning of his words. This was not just an order, but a reminder. In the entire camp, other than him and the cultivators in the formation, no one else could stop Zhongsun Qianxue's attack. "I owe the Basin Kendo ground." Mo Ying looked at the only person in the camp who was moving. He walked towards Ding Ning in front of him and said directly. Then his expression grew indifferent. He said, "I was originally a pharmacist in the army. I interacted with cultivators on the front lines and learned some cultivation methods. Later, by chance, I encountered Master Yang while transporting medicine. She felt that I was talented and taught me the sword. I naturally owe her and the Basin Kendo ground this favor of rebirth." At this point, he looked up into Ding Ning's eyes and confirmed that Ding Ning was carefully listening to his words. Then he said, "But the disciple does not have to make the same choice as the master. Even if I had returned to the Basin Kendo ground in the past, it would have been useless. Master Yang would have died in battle, and the Basin Kendo ground would have been destroyed. Also, I do not think Master Yang did the right thing. I am a cultivator, and learned from the Basin Kendo ground. But first, I am a soldier. In my view, the Holy One's ascension to the throne was a foregone conclusion. The change in the Basin Kendo ground is of no benefit to the Qin dynasty." Mo Ying looked at Ding Ning, who listened carefully but did not react. He slowly looked up at the sky and said, "What I did was the same as what the Basin Kendo ground did in the past. I do not want to die for nothing. I want to see the Qin dynasty walk towards a more prosperous place. So in these years, I have not returned to Changling to fight for power, and only served as a general on the border. Is everything that the Basin Kendo ground and your master did absolutely right?" Mo Ying said heavily, "Does the heir of Basin Kendo ground who does not follow the ideas of the Basin Kendo ground have to die?" His words were very powerful. In reality, many Changling cultivation places, including some generals in the army, still sympathized with the Basin Kendo ground of the past. They revered Wang Jingmeng, and felt that Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu's betrayal back then was a shameful betrayal. But these feelings were based on reason and righteousness. The revenge of the Basin Kendo ground had to be based on reason and righteousness. No one was strong enough to kill everyone in the world. If they could not obtain the recognition of the world, no revenge could succeed. Mo Ying's words were more powerful than the formation formed by the dozen cultivators. "You are right. The heir of Basin Kendo ground who does not follow the ideas of the Basin Kendo ground do not have to die." But to everyone's surprise, including Mo Ying, Ding Ning nodded and said this. Even Zhongsun Qianxue was surprised and stilled. But the Basin Kendo ground's things must be taken back by the Basin Kendo ground. Ding Ning looked calmly at the stilled Mo Ying and continued. "It is fine if you do not agree with Master, but if you obtain her things and reveal them to the enemy, you are betraying Master. You will be expelled from the sect, and the sword manuals she gave you will be taken back. Your cultivation will be destroyed. This is right." Ding Ning's voice slowly reverberated in the dead-silent military camp. No one had any objections. Even Mo Ying's most loyal men of sacrifice could not raise any objections. Expulsion from the sect and destruction of cultivation were the lightest punishments. But for a powerful grandmaster like Mo Ying, destruction of cultivation, what did this mean? Mo Ying took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He looked at Zhongsun Qianxue and said in a cold voice, "The eldest miss of the Gongsun family cannot be considered a member of the former Basin Kendo ground. If you want to take the things of the Basin Kendo ground, then let the people of the Basin Kendo ground take them." Ding Ning smiled faintly. "I was supposed to take them." Chapter 574. The camp was silent. All the cultivators in the camp were certain that Ding Ning was not Realm 7, especially the cultivators who had allied with Zhongsun Qianxue. They were certain that Ding Ning's life bond presence was very young. In other words, he had just reached Realm 6. The difference between Realm 6 and 7 was more terrifying than the difference between lower realms. Because Realm 7 was moving mountains, grandmasters, and enemies of tens of thousands. There were differences between Realm 7 grandmasters. For example, Liang Lian had lost to Xue Wangshu in the past. Zhao Zhon had died at Yi Xileng's hands. Bai Shanshui and Zhao Sai could defeat most Realm 7s in the world. Some of the Realm 7 grandmasters at the Deer Mountain Conference had the power to kill multiple Realm 7s. Mo Ying was Realm 7. He was also a Realm 7 who had received the inheritance of the Basin Kendo ground. He was not a Realm 7 from an ordinary sect. Simply speaking, vital energy was different cultivation methods that refined and gathered primal energies of the universe. Sword manuals were different ways of using vital energy to kill enemies. There were differences in vital energy cultivation methods and killing methods. There were differences in Realm 7, and Mo Ying was in the middle. It was a lie for a Realm 6 to win against a Realm 7, much less a Realm 7. Yet when Ding Ning said this, no one in the camp found it laughable. Because he was the 9-death silkworm. He represented the legend of Wang Jingmeng. In the past, Wang Jingmeng had countless examples of winning against those with higher realms. Mo Ying used reason and righteousness to suppress. Ding Ning also used reason and righteousness. So Ding Ning's response, along with the presence of the 9-death silkworm that had turned from a legend to a living being, was even more powerful. Mo Ying's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Ding Ning with some admiration. "You'll be the one collecting it." Ding Ning did not repeat his previous words. His calm gaze landed on the sword in Mo Ying's hand. He said, "This sword belongs to the Basin Kendo ground. Today, since I represent the Basin Kendo ground to expel you, you must first return this sword to me." Mo Ying lowered his head slightly and looked at the dagger in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "The army is attacking, and the center is empty. Miss Gong Sun is here. You have the confidence to kill me, but now you are the one to collect the debt. You take back this Basin Kendo ground sword first. It is fair." After saying this, he raised his head and a gentle aura gushed out from his hand. It wrapped around the dagger and flew up, landing in front of Ding Ning. Ding Ning reached out and caught the short sword. "Ever since you told Zheng Xiu some of the secrets of the sword manual, you must have been afraid of being controlled, so you didn't have the confidence to use this sword, let alone refine this sword into your natal sword. That's why this sword is so dim. This sword is useless in your hands." Ding Ning looked with a complicated gaze at the sword in his hand. When he spoke, the sound of silkworms eating mulberry leaves sounded in his body. Heavy breathing sounded in the camp at the same time, forming a tide. There were no powerful primal energies of the universe vibrations, but pale white light seeped out of Ding Ning's right arm that held the sword. The pale white light was like a faint watery light, and then turned tangible. Countless tiny streams came out of Ding Ning's skin under his robes, out of his clothes, and into the dim short sword in his hand. The sound of silkworms eating mulberry leaves grew clearer. Everyone looked at the vital energy streams. Their vision was limited, and they could not see the details. But even the soldiers in the camp who were not cultivators could sense from the sound that these streams were made from countless tiny silkworms. The eyes of the dozen or so cultivators who had formed the formation were filled with fear. Their emotions were surging. In the past in Changling, everyone said that the 9-death silkworm had fallen into Wang Jingmeng's hands. But Wang Jingmeng had never shown the 9-death silkworm, so no one knew what the 9-death silkworm method was. Many people were certain that Wang Jingmeng did not cultivate the 9-death silkworm. This was the first time the 9-death silkworm had appeared in public. Even just seeing it was enough to create unimaginable waves in the hearts of these cultivators. When the 9-death silkworm appeared, the pale white streams clearly had a different quality from ordinary vital energy as they flooded into the seal scripts of the dim green short sword. The sword seemed to tremble in excitement, but in Ding Ning's hand, it was extremely stable. When all the white seal scripts on the sword were filled with the pale white light, the dim color melted like a thin layer of snow, quickly fading away. The light green short sword instantly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance, and the yuan qi flowing out of the sword turned into a rich yellow color, turning into yellow flowers that were extremely intense. The bright colors illuminated everyone's eyes. Even Ding Ning's figure, dressed in a dark gray robe, became dazzling and breathtaking. This sword is called Warm Spring. Ding Ning looked at this bright sword and slowly held it across his chest. His gaze was filled with colors. To him, this sword was also a reunion, so his emotions were definitely not calm. When Ding Ning took this sword, the sound of silkworms eating started to flow through his body. Mo Ying's expression grew unusually cold. Holding the sword across his chest meant an invitation to fight. This meant that the battle could start. The other was Realm 6, but that person's heir cultivated the 9-death silkworm. His emotions were fluctuating right now, and this was the best time for him to attack. So he did not hesitate and attacked. With an explosive sound, a strong life aura gushed out of his hand, and a long shadow appeared. Mo Ying naturally cultivated the sword, but the life-bond item in his hand was a spear. It was a black spear that was emitting black smoke from its body. Red flames floated in the smoke, like flowers blooming in hell. Demon Dragon Spear. Jongsun Qianshue's gaze flashed and she frowned. This was the weapon of the old Changui family, and came from the remains of a sect of the Yu dynasty. Putting aside its significance, in terms of the energy gathered in the weapon, it was no less than the famed swords of the Basin Kendo ground. Mo Ying held the spear with both hands. Small beads of blood flew out of his fingers. The powerful vital energy that had not erupted for many years caused the skin on his hands to crack. His expression was murderous. Just as the spear appeared in his hand, a wild presence charged towards Ding Ning. The sound of mountains moving sounded in the surrounding air. This was the sound caused by the vast amounts of primal energies of the universe when a mountain-moving realm grandmaster attacked. At the same time, the wild presence formed a real mountain that smashed down. Large amounts of invisible primal energies of the universe and the black smoke and red flames coming off the spear formed the shadow of a mountain, locking down any direction Ding Ning could dodge. The power of this mountain far surpassed the limits of Mo Ying's cultivation because Mo Ying's spear was a pry bar. A pry bar could naturally pry up a weight that should have been impossible to move. Ding Ning's clothes flapped. The enormous shadow was about to tear his clothes and body apart and crush them into powder. His emotions were fluctuating violently, but he did not panic. He followed his thoughts and passed his emotions to the sword. The sword style of his sword was reunion. A reunion after many years. Gratitude, hatred, and the weight of life and death. His emotions were extremely complicated. The streams flowing on the sword started to vibrate violently. The thick and beautiful sword in his hand started to vibrate violently. Chapter 575. The intense and complex vibrations caused this short sword to give off hundreds of sword energies of different colors. They flew up and faced the mountain shadow falling from the sky. The sword energies charged at the enormous shadow and exploded like fireworks at the bottom of the mountain shadow. The demon dragon spear in Mo Ying's hand started to vibrate. Then his body started to vibrate. His murderous eyes were instantly filled with an indescribable complexity. He instantly understood that this vibration did not come from the collision of true power. It was not that the power of Ding Ning's sword was strong enough to block his demon dragon Lever's mountain, but because it came from the depths of his heart, his own emotions surging. The emotions brought about by the other party's sword intent were perfectly transmitted to his senses and spiritual world, affecting his heart. In this moment, he was like a flying sword that had been taken off course. He was unavoidably infected, and many scenes of their encounters appeared in his mind. It was as if this sword that had just left his hand had appeared in front of his eyes after many years. From there, he recalled the first time he encountered Yang Xinlan, the first time he saw this warm spring. That was a very warm spring. On a certain battlefield in the south, there were countless golden rapeseed blooming on the hills. He carried a bucket of blood-soaked bandages through the flower fields. There was a woman washing her face beside the clear stream that usually washed these bandages. That was Yang Xinlan. There were two swords at her waist on the left and right. One was last flower, the other was warm spring. Yang Xinlan was like the swordsman of the Basin Kendo ground. The presence she gave off was like an extremely sharp sword. Yet the way she washed her face was different from ordinary women. She clearly sensed his arrival but did not change her posture as she washed her face unhurriedly. Many years later, he knew that this was determination, and also her stubbornness that would not change for outsiders. While he was stunned, Yang Xinlan turned her head and said unconcernedly, "Judging from your steps, breathing, and the strength you use when you carry this wooden bucket, you should have cultivated some of the cultivation methods of Huangchong Sword School and White Deer Academy. You have learned a variety of things, and are not direct. But to be able to learn so much, you are a genius." He was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to feel. Finally, he said, "Then can you teach me?" She was non-committal, but in the end, she still taught him. The golden color that filled the sky and the scene of their encounter caused his mind to tremble. For a moment, he became absent-minded and even absent-minded. This was enough for Ding Ning. A sword shadow brought Ding Ning out from under the shadow of the mountain. The shadow of the mountain fell behind him, and the ground exploded soundlessly. There was no time for any sound to be heard. Ding Ning had already broken Mo Ying's spear. Uncontrollable cries of surprise rang out like a tide as more tents were lifted. The cultivators in the barracks could not believe their eyes. They did not dare to believe that there was someone in the world who could disregard the rules of power and break such an attack just by using a move to counter another move. This is truly a miracle. Mo Ying took a deep breath. The turbulent emotions in his eyes disappeared. The tip of the spear fell to the ground. The remaining power on the tip easily broke through the vibrations coming from the ground, and naturally removed any negative effects the energy vibrations had on his body and vital energy. He was not in a hurry to attack. He looked at Ding Ning and said expressionlessly, "In the past, Wang Jingmeng fought all the sects and was familiar with the moves of all sects. He did not just know how to use most moves in the world, but also defeat them. So he had the ability to fight above his realm. I had not expected you, his heir, to be able to do this." Ding Ning looked up slightly at the other's cold and murderous eyes. He did not respond to the other's words. He just raised his sword as though to let Mo Ying see more clearly. At the same time, he asked softly, "Have you ever thought why she took you as a disciple?" "Why?" Ding Ning's question did not immediately cause ripples in Mo Ying's mind. He had been preparing to attack all this time, and was also preparing for Ding Ning to attack. At this time, Ding Ning attacked. He let go of the hilt. With a hiss, the dagger flew out of his hand. The extreme speed immediately caused the sword to become a faint shadow. But in the next moment, the trajectory of the sword and the sword essence it released caused this flying dagger to become even more ethereal. It seemed to disappear into the air, yet it carried an indescribable feeling. Like in the early summer, a person came to the willow tree at the Maple Bridge on a slightly tipsy night, and happened to encounter a woman he had seen before, and admired but did not know where she was. Ding Ning's sword displayed this feeling to the fullest. The name of this sword was Seeing Fate. Some things were called fate, which carried a solemn and serious flavor. Some things were called fate, which often carried a sweet and warm flavor, or a slight taste of sorrow. Mo Ying's spear gave off a great sound like a dragon's roar. As the great power in his body surged, the tip of the spear sprayed out a red flow hotter than lava. This spear was the demon dragon's roar, a secret move from the ancient cultivation land of the old nobility. It gave off the power of the legendary dragon's breath. The great spear presence was peerless, and the great sound carried the power to bewitch a cultivator's mind and perception. But at this moment, when his move started, he was unable to affect Ding Ning. Because of Ding Ning's previous words, and the sword essence of Ding Ning's sword, his mind once again sank into a great shock. Subconsciously, he had already considered Ding Ning's question. But the answer was like a pebble in the water, brought to the surface by Ding Ning's sword essence. He was a very talented cultivator. Otherwise, even if he received the teachings of the Basin Kendo ground, he could not have become so strong in such a short time. But Mo Ying, who understood Yang Xinlan and her personality, knew that Yang Xinlan would teach him the sword because she rarely left the Basin Kendo ground and rarely interacted with people. She was also very young. Because she was young enough, when he asked her to teach him the sword, she had not thought of taking on a disciple, and had not taken on a talented cultivator as a disciple. But even more importantly, because she was young enough, she believed in fate. On a spring day when she was in a good mood and flowers were blooming, she saw a pleasing young person, and then this shy and dumb young person asked her for advice on sword skills, so she taught him. This was fate. Was there anything else? If there was, then he was young enough at the time. So his eyes were clean. He had no desires or extravagant demands, and was just an ordinary medicine master. Mo Ying received the answer. His emotions fluctuated even more, and a hint of chaos appeared in the Mo Dragon's roar. A light sword light pierced through the scarlet flames and landed on his forehead. He suddenly woke up and was slightly dazed. A hint of viciousness flashed through his brow. His left hand left the spear, and at this moment, he caught the sword light with 2 fingers. There was a soft sound. The sword was like a slippery loach as it forced its way out of his fingers. His entire body slid backwards. The friction between the soles of his shoes and the ground made the same sound as the flying sword rubbing against his fingers. A sword mark appeared between his brows, so deep that bone could be seen. Blood flowed down the tip of his nose. This chapter reflected my feelings. I'm extremely satisfied with myself, so I'll give it a thumbs up. I am embarrassed to say that I went to the conference in Beijing and was not acclimatized. On the train back to Wuxi, I used a toilet on the high-speed rail. I almost became the first online great writer to cheat. This has happened twice. I feel my energy is hurt and weak. Chapter 576. Blood dripped onto the dust under Mo Ying's feet, blooming like plum blossoms in early spring. Mo Ying looked down at the blood and dust under his feet, silent as he held his spear with one hand. The wound on his forehead was not enough to affect his following battle, but it was enough to affect his mind. The dozen cultivators in front of Zhongsun Qianxue were the ones with the highest cultivation in this camp other than him. Even when facing an enemy like Zhongsun Qianxue, they were fearless and maintained absolute calmness. But when they saw the wound on his forehead, they were shocked, and some people's lips started to tremble. It was just a sword move. When there was a great difference between Mo Ying's vital energy cultivation and his, the other just used a sword move to create a wound on Mo Ying's forehead. The sword essence was too perfect. The sword move was exquisite and profound, but this young cultivator in black robes had reached an unimaginable level in the execution and interpretation of this sword move. It was enough for swordsmen like them to worship. Many of Changling's old records had been burned after the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne. But at this time, they could not help but think of Wang Jingmeng's duel with a Jiao swordsman at the Calm Lake in the Jiao. Back then, Wang Jingmeng had only used one sword move for the other to see, and the other had admitted defeat. The Emperor of the Sword, all swords in the world could only worship him. Now that the 9-death silkworm had officially appeared in the light, that person who had died became real again. The countless invisible little silkworms in Ding Ning's body were released for the first time. They moved with unspeakable joy, and the soft sounds passed clearly into Mo Ying's ears. The short sword giving off bright colors spun in circles around Ding Ning's body, creating dazzling streaks of light in the air, appearing wanton and arrogant. Sensing Ding Ning's calm presence, Mo Ying slowly said, "You want to establish dominance." His voice spread throughout the camp, and everyone immediately understood what he meant. Many years ago, news had spread in Changling that the 9-death silkworm had appeared. Only Wang Jingmeng knew about the 9-death silkworm. It was unique. The appearance of the 9-death silkworm naturally represented his heir. In these years, the 9-death silkworm had always been hidden in the shadows, wandering between legend and reality, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. But since it was going to appear, regardless of whether it was an invincible method like the 9-death silkworm or the heir of the once invincible Basin Kendo ground legend, the way and time of appearance would not be mediocre. Beating an opponent like Mo Ying, who was of a higher realm, was the best way. Back then, many people stood against the Basin Kendo ground simply because that person was dead, and they believed that he had no successor. When it was confirmed that this person had left behind a successor who was as powerful as the previous person, many people might change their way of doing things. Defeat me, announce the official return of the 9-death silkworm, and start to take back the things of the Basin Kendo ground. Let the world know, this is the true meaning of this battle. Mo Ying slowly looked up. Looking at Ding Ning, who did not respond, he shook his head. But you have to first defeat me. I do not believe that moves can surpass cultivation. When he spoke, the tip of his spear left the ground and flew up. His body seemed to be lifted up by the demon dragon spear, and flew with the spear towards Ding Ning. He did not release much vital energy. The primal energies of the universe rumbled in the surrounding air, and all of them surged into his body and the spear in his hand. He became one with the spear, and charged towards Ding Ning in a domineering and simple manner. There were no moves. Just a collision, and a crushing. When everything was simple to the extreme, it was harder to defeat. Seeing him attack, Ding Ning naturally knew the danger. But there was no ripple in his eyes. He had even predicted that Mo Ying would attack like this. Because he was not the person that Mo Ying and the other people in the camp thought he was. He had experience that Mo Ying and these people did not imagine, and had faced many similar situations. So he had prepared for this. Pew 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 pew, in the air around him, the flying sword brought out streaks of bright and dazzling light, and then sword light burst out at the same time. The paper-thin sword lights stuck close to each other and spun rapidly like thousands of small swords spinning at the same time. The sword lights spun around his body and completely wrapped around him. The sword lights spun in one direction. In this moment, they looked like an enormous spinning top and also a stone mill. The black spear tip spewing out red flames fiercely collided with the rotating sword light. The sword light wrapped around Ding Ning's body and kept on retreating, but the spear tip could not advance. The sword light ground against the spear tip. The red flames and black smoke at the tip spread, and countless golden stars appeared. Stone grinding sword art. Among the dozen or so cultivators who had formed the formation, some of them were finally unable to control their emotions and cried out in surprise. Mo Ying's lips were pressed into a line. The demon dragon spear in his hand started to vibrate. This time, it was not just because he was excited, but because of the friction of power. Like the 9-death silkworm, the stone-grinding sword art was Wang Jingmeng's symbol. The stone-grinding sword art was known as the sword manual with the best defense in the world, and the one that could grind people to death. In the past, when Wang Jingmeng encountered opponents with stronger vital energy than him, he used this sword manual to kill them. In all of the Basin Kendo ground, he was the only one who had mastered this sword manual. This sword manual was related to the fine control of the flow of countless sword lights, like inscribing countless seal scripts in an instant. Now, the stone-grinding sword art had reappeared, and his simple demon dragon spear attack could not advance. This attack did not just defeat his move, but also his confidence. Amidst the sword light and flying fire, a mouthful of blood surged into Ding Ning's throat. But Ding Ning viciously swallowed this mouthful of blood. At the same time, the fingers of his left hand moved again as though he was pulling on invisible strings. Multiple thread-like sword lights appeared behind Mo Ying and attacked multiple meridian points on his back. Mo Ying suddenly woke up and gave a strange shout. The spear was still locked in a stalemate, but he was flying into the air. Puff, puff, puff. Several streaks of blood gushed out from his feet, and a few more wounds appeared. Ding Ning looked up. At this moment, his calm eyes blossomed with extreme anger. The flying sword spinning around him accelerated explosively. It did not look like a flying sword, but an enormous stick flying in the air, chasing after Mo Ying, who had become a black dot in the air. This attack was called Heaven's Fury. This sword strike of his also walked the path of pure strength. His vital energy surged out of his body, guiding the primal energies of the universe from all directions. The countless little silkworms in his body surged furiously and spat out the power they contained. Streams of 9-death silkworms erupted into the air like silk reaching into the sky. How is this possible? The cultivators in the camp looked up at the sky. They opened their mouths but could not breathe, like fish about to die. They could not understand why Ding Ning would use such a sword move. There were countless ways to chase, but Ding Ning's attack was purely based on brute power. No matter how strong a Realm 6 was, what advantage could he have against a Realm 7? Mo Ying's lips twitched slightly. The sword silks had cut off several tendons and muscles on his feet, and the intense pain made him feel a little dizzy. Sensing the sword coming from below, Mo Ying turned this pain he had not experienced for a long time into an angry shout. With a thunderous shout, he held the spear with both hands and smashed it down. The black spear bent and then straightened. With a boom, the enormous power hit the flying sword coming from under his feet. Chapter 577. A jet-black yuan qi blossomed like a real demonic dragon. The yuan qi bursting out from the spear and the flying sword formed a dazzling halo that rapidly expanded outwards. Ding Ning suddenly fell down. With a grunt, as the ground caved in, a bloody mist sprayed out of his skin. The bones in his body cracked, and his body almost disintegrated. Yet the countless little silkworms swimming freely in his body stubbornly swallowed most of the energy that flooded into his body, and even endured most of the vibrations and impacts to support his body. In the sky above his head, under the rapidly expanding halo, the bright flying sword had just been pushed back dozens of feet. But at this moment, with a muffled groan, a new power was injected into it, and it started to accelerate. This sword's acceleration carried a hint of madness. Because the acceleration was so great, the tail of the sword started to sway naturally, and made terrifying sounds as it disturbed the air. Mo Ying's spear was still moving downwards. A disdainful smile had just appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his view, this head-on clash would naturally end with Ding Ning being seriously wounded. Yet when the sword's movements appeared clearly in his perception, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Ding Ning was faster than him in this attack. His vital energy was still vibrating. The spear was still moving, but Ding Ning's second attack had arrived. It was so fast that he did not have time to think clearly about how to respond, or feel anger and shock. He could only withdraw his spear. He had to withdraw his spear in order to block Ding Ning's attack. The demon dragon spear suddenly collapsed, turning into a thick ball of black energy. It forcibly stopped moving, and then turned solid again to attack. An explosive sound rang out in the sky. Ding Ning's flying sword did not truly fly towards him. It only stabbed towards the air above him, creating a straight path that was faster than the speed of sound. This sound of explosion came from the sky after the flying sword started to slow down. Mo Ying's spear missed, and his body seemed to have been hollowed out. He bent forward, and vomited blood. Ding Ning's attack was a feint, and forced him to withdraw his spear. The great power was withdrawn, and collided with the power coming out of his body. It was like two cultivators of the same cultivation as him were fighting inside his body. Sonic booms resounded in the air, accompanied by visible shockwaves that looked like giant dandelions. Mo Ying's body fell down, and he coughed up blood. The dozen cultivators in the camp stopped breathing. They knew that Ding Ning had been seriously wounded in just now. But clearly, Mo Ying was more seriously wounded. He could not even attack while Ding Ning's flying sword was still in the air. This was exchanging injury for injury. But Ding Ning still won. Ding Ning's eyebrows rose, and he took a deep breath. Even though he had many similar experiences, fighting above his cultivation level was like walking on a cliff, and had many unpredictable dangers. Only now did this battle truly enter his time. As he inhaled, his eyes instantly turned deep red. The reverse blood in his body and some chaotic energies were attracted by his vital energy threads, and started to burn. Boom! His body sank down like a hammer, and some of the 9 death silkworm's power was forced out of his body, and merged with the primal energies of the universe caused by the burning of his energies. The black clothes on his body instantly turned pale white, as if there was a layer of pale white waves moving around his body. A vast sword essence appeared in the sky. The warm spring sword, which had been extremely bright in color, turned into a burning sun. The entire camp was illuminated by the bright and blazing light. It was so white that no one could see any light with their eyes. Mo Ying shouted, and closed his eyes. His hand did not tremble, but the tip of the spear had moved countless times in an instant. The pitch-black spear tip was like a torrential rain, meeting the scorching sun of the sword above him. This was one of the secret swords of the Basin Kendo ground. Burning Sunday, the sword energy formed many mirrors, and gathered the heat of true sunlight. The blinding light was just the surface. The true power came from the terrifying heat contained in the rays of light pointed by the sword essence. Yet when he used his spear move, the sword in his perception immediately disappeared. His perception turned to darkness. After the extreme brightness, it was often the deepest darkness caused by the instantaneous contrast. Ding Ning's powerful burning sun was just a feint. Mo Ying's heart beat violently. As his blood expanded, the true sense of death that came to his body for the first time forced out the potential in his body. In that split second, he finally sensed a faint trace of a shadow. Both of his hands glowed brightly. From deep inside the jade palace in his chi vessel, an extremely pure stream of energy burst out from his palms. He turned the end of the spear horizontally and smashed towards this faint shadow like holding a spoon. At this time, he heard a sound that should not have appeared. This was the sound of an enormous mountain moving in the sky. This sound was the symbol of Realm 7, mountain-moving realm. It was the sound produced when vast amounts of primal energies of the universe moved through the void, collided and landed. Yet at this time, other than him and Ding Ning, the other cultivators in the camp did not move. This amount of energy was clearly something that only a Realm 7 could activate. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? This moment was too fast. Just as this puzzling thought appeared in his mind, the end of his gun had already smashed into the faint shadow hidden behind the light. The faint shadow shattered like a cicada's wing. Cicada Slough. The name of this sword move washed away all the thoughts in Mo Ying's mind. In the next moment, he felt his body sink. Then he instinctively looked towards his energy sea. A wave of energy was charging out of his abdomen in layers, flashing with bright red light. Then he heard a soft pop from his back. A cold presence pierced through his flesh and flew out of his back. The demon dragon spear in his hand suddenly became heavier than a mountain. With a bang, the spear fell to the ground in front of him and created a cloud of dust. Mo Ying stood absent-mindedly. He felt his body was empty. It turned out that the sword that followed after the scorching sun was not the real killing move. It was actually followed by the Cicada Slough. But it was not Realm 7. Why did the last attack have the power of a Realm 7? The last attack, when the words clearly appeared in his mind, he started to feel pain and coldness. He let out a miserable cry. The scream sounded strange. Even he felt that he was not the one who had shouted it. Ding Ning stood with his hands behind his back and stopped. Because of the rapid blood loss and the lack of vital energy, Mo Ying's flesh had caved in. His face appeared to age in an instant, and even his cheeks were sunken like two balls of shadow. Ding Ning felt pleasure. His gaze fell on the colorful, smoky sword that was flying freely behind him. "I am taking back what is on the Basin Kendo ground," he said slowly. Chapter 578. This voice echoed in the camp, and cut at people's hearts like small files. The dozen cultivators in the formation were silent. One of the cultivators looked at the scene and suddenly thought of many years ago in Changling. One evening, his master pointed at a certain cultivation place and smiled disdainfully. He said, "That cultivation place is dead." He did not understand. That cultivation place had many disciples, and was living well. The soul is gone. His master had replied to him with these words. At the time, he had not understood. Only a long time later did he know that his master's soul is gone represented the rules of a sect, and the spirit of a sect. If this sect did not have something the cultivators would protect with their lives, then this sect had died. The Basin Kendo grounds sect was gone. But today, the 9-death silkworm had appeared. The other used such a method to take back what belonged to the Basin Kendo ground. Even if the Basin Kendo ground only had one heir left, the rules were still there, and the soul was still there. What was most important was the human heart. Ding Ning put away the colorful sword and hung it at his waist. He and Zhongsun Qianxue did not say anything else, and did not care about other people's expressions. They silently walked out of the camp. Mo Ying fell face first into the dust. There were many death soldiers around him, but when they saw him fall, no one came forward. The entire camp sank into a strange silence. Only when Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue completely disappeared from their sight did a young soldier run to Mo Ying's side and start to apply medicine on him. This was a young medicine master. He was slightly panicked. Looking at the wound on Mo Ying's abdomen, he instinctively sprinkled medicine to stop the bleeding, and then did not dare to sew it up. Mo Ying's breathing started to become disordered. He looked at this young medicine master, and naturally thought of his past self. He seemed to have become that medicine master from many years ago who did not know how to cultivate. But now, he had become like this. He looked at the sword wound on his abdomen, and his flesh that was rapidly aging due to the loss of vital energy and primal energies of the universe. His exposed skin was like the old leather used to sharpen weapons in the army. He suddenly felt that it was funny. He laughed bitterly and loudly. "It's like a joke," he said to the hesitant and terrified young apothecary. The young pharmacist was stunned. He didn't know what he meant and became even more flustered. Do you know what my biggest mistake was? Mo Ying looked at the young pharmacist and asked seriously. The young pharmacist didn't dare to respond. Of course he didn't know. The biggest mistake I made was knowing that I wasn't one of the top people in the world, but I still wanted to stand among them. Only when you make a mistake will you start to be afraid. Mo Ying looked seriously at this young pharmacist like he was looking at his closest junior. He said sincerely, people have to know their own weight. Be a good doctor, don't learn the sword. The young pharmacist didn't know why he said this, and didn't know how to respond. He instinctively nodded, and did not detect that Mo Ying's gaze had landed on the sword hanging by his waist. He was not a cultivator, but he would fight when necessary in the army, so he was also equipped with an ordinary iron sword. Mo Ying reached out towards this iron sword. The young pharmacist was shocked. He realized what Mo Ying was going to do. But even though Mo Ying had lost his cultivation and was weak from blood loss, he still had all the memories and experience of a grandmaster. There was a soft sound. The young pharmacist's face was dyed red with blood. His hand landed on empty air. Mo Ying had already pulled out the sword at his waist and cut down on his own neck. Ah! The young pharmacist screamed, his mind blank. His scream spread so far that Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue, who were far from the camp, heard it. Zhongsun Qianxue guessed what had happened, but she did not feel much pleasure. The pleasure of revenge usually lasted for a short time. Most of the time, revenge would make one think of many unhappy memories. How is it? She was just worried about Ding Ning's wounds. Ding Ning still had the strange elixir of immortality from the Wuji ancestral mountain in his body. I feel very good. Ding Ning looked honestly at her and said softly, I finally stopped rusting. If you don't do some things, you will forget that feeling. In reality, I am not as strong as before. Zhongsun Qianxue nodded and said, since you have revealed your identity as the 9-death silkworm, you do not need to hide your attacks. You will quickly recover. Using the sword is just an instinct for you. Ding Ning nodded. He raised his head and looked at the eastern sky. In the distant horizon, there were many black dots flying up and down. Those black dots were vultures. Where there were many vultures, it meant large amounts of death. In the Yin Mountain area, on the Qin and Chu borders, the armies of the two sides were tightly entangled. There were many battles every day. Other than this, the fiercest fighting was naturally Yangshan Commandery. Yangshan Commandery had been ceded and ruled by the Chu for many years. While it had been forcibly taken back by the Qin dynasty before the Deer Mountain Conference, the Chu dynasty armies were far more familiar with Yangshan Commandery than the Qin army. There were large numbers of Chu people in many cities. These Chu people had lived in Yangshan Commandery for many years. Many of them were even married to Qin people. Even though Yangshan Commandery had been forcibly taken back by the Qin dynasty, there had not been fierce fighting in most cities. So the living conditions of these people had not changed much. However, no one expected that a cold military order would soon be passed to Yangshan County. Investigate the household register. The household register system had been one of the important parts of the Shang reform in the past. It could avoid the problems of unpaid wages, tax evasion, and bandits that had troubled the Qin dynasty in the past. Some cultivators from other dynasties found it difficult to hide in Changling for long periods of time because of this. All the Chu people in Yangshan Commandery were investigated. Then they were gathered and driven away. In the next few days, more than 70,000 Chu people were forcibly driven away. They were escorted by the Qin army towards the Chu dynasty, or rather, towards the battlefield. These Chu people, regardless of age, only carried some rations when they left their homes. They did not receive any supplies along the way. Each day, this enormous group of Chu refugees were driven forward like an army. Many days later, large numbers of weak people in this group could not bear it and started to die. The vultures usually traveled in groups of a dozen. In Yangshan Commandery, more and more vultures smelled the scent of death and followed this group. Chapter 579. The weather in spring was unpredictable, sometimes warm and sometimes cold. It was easy to get sick at this time, and for the exiled people, it was a nightmare. The situation of the Chu refugees who were forced to move daily under the escort of the army was even more difficult than that of ordinary refugees. Not only did they not have food and medicine, they also did not have enough rest. After a small number of deaths, as a large number of infected people appeared, a large number of deaths were inevitable. From the start, when the order to expel all the Chu people from Yangshan Commandery was given, this was fated to be a cruel massacre. From a certain point of view, using this method to kill these ordinary people was crueler than massacring a city. This cruel order came from the Changling Imperial Palace, from Empress Zhang Xiu. In the dark Changling Imperial Palace, in the long corridor outside the Empress' study, many officials were kneeling. These officials had come to ask the Empress to take back the order. In their view, no matter which dynasty in history, too cruel a rule would only lead to early destruction. Even if it was some methods against the enemy, the reputation of cruelty would cause the people of this dynasty to feel insecure. But these officials understood Empress Zheng Xiu too well, and knew words could not move her, so they used silence and hunger strikes. Zheng Xiu sat in front of the desk. The door to her study was tightly shut. She could not directly see the expressions of these officials, but her powerful perception allowed her to clearly know the state of each official kneeling outside. Her perfect face that shone with a porcelain light had a hint of disdain. Her indifference and mockery were not because she did not care about these people's opinions at all. She felt that these people were dispensable or too lowly. Instead, it was because these people could not fathom her intentions at all. They did not understand that some things were originally her little tricks. Starting from the Minute Mountain sword trials, in the view of outsiders, she seemed to have encountered too many failures, and lost the halo of never failing. But everything was going according to her intentions. As long as she could reach the final goal, the process was not important. Like two chess players playing chess, one player seemed to have lost many pieces, but the overall situation had been set up. Starting from killing those 3 family members, and taking complete control of Jiaodong Commandery, she started to truly place pieces. Driving away the Chu people in Yangshan Commandery was another one of her pawns. She had begun her true counterattack. The order was supposed to be withdrawn, but when it was withdrawn was a matter of opportunity. At the right time, it could be transformed into a killing move. The most important thing was the human heart. Everyone has feelings. Wasn't any kind of killing ultimately a killing of emotions? Using troops is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. The officials outside the study had been kneeling for a day and a night. Some of the older officials were already nearing their limits. For her, if she walked out now, she could get the result they wanted in exchange for their gratitude. At the same time, she could also make them feel more reverent, knowing that they had to pay a sufficient price in exchange for her consent. If he were to encounter such a situation in the future, he would at least do so. She stood up, and the trace of mockery on her face completely disappeared. Expressionlessly, she walked through the spirit spring and pushed open the door to the study. "I can take back my order, but I have a request." Without any superfluous words, she looked at the kneeling officials and calmly spoke with a powerful majesty. All the officials raised their heads at the same time. She continued, "Help me spread the word through Changling. If you want me to not exile the Chu people in Yangshan Commandery, you have to have a Chu person of enough weight to trade. In other words, if you want to save the lives of the Chu people, you have to use the life of a Chu person of enough weight to trade." These officials were happy at first, but in the next moment, they felt a chill in their hearts because of the coldness in her words. Many people were already close to their limits, and now their bodies were as cold as ice. What if no Chu person of enough weight to stand up? One of the leading officials couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. "That is the Chu people's matter." Zheng Xiu shook her head and looked at the speaking official. "If even the Chu people can sit by and watch, then what do the Qin have to worry about?" This official stilled and could not speak. "Can you have those Chu people stop first?" An official took a deep breath and asked Zheng Xiu. He knew that there could not be no Chu people hiding around Changling. But in the present situation, with each passing day, large numbers of people would die in the banished troop. That is also something the Chu people need to consider, Zheng Xiu said coolly. If they stand up one day later, more people will die. So I hope that those who can use their lives to trade for these people's lives will not hesitate. Hearing her words, many of the kneeling officials couldn't help but become angry again. However, they had nothing to say. Because this was the method she was most used to. Many years ago, she had used this tactic more than once. Shameless, but effective. This decree was quickly passed out. No one doubted the authenticity of her decree. This was her promise to all these officials, unless she could lose all of them. When this decree spread through Changling, all the cultivators on the turrets in Changling raised their guard in fear of missing any detail. Even if they were fated to die, the Chu people with enough weight could do crazy things. But they did not have time to see a Chu person walk out of an alley. This person came from the depths of the imperial palace. Deep in the imperial palace, there were multiple streams that led to the nearest river outside the imperial palace. The source of the streams were several square wells. There were many clothes, blankets, and other items that needed to be washed next to the wells. When the decree reached here through word of mouth, a very old palace attendant put down the dirty clothes she was washing and slowly stood up. No one noticed her abnormality. Only when she walked out of the gates of this courtyard and walked in a direction she would not normally walk did some people wake up. When she did not seem to hear them after several shouts, the people who were shouting at her, including some of the palace cultivators who happened to see her along the way, started to realize that she might be related to the Empress' decree. Sharp alarms sounded in the imperial palace. This palace maid's clothes were very dirty and gave off an indescribably unpleasant smell. Her hair was also very messy and her eyes were bright at this moment. She gave people the impression that she was only 40 years old, but her face was at least 50 years old. After the warnings were useless, a flying sword finally appeared in front of her, turning into a cold flame that went straight for her heart. This palace attendant smiled slightly. She simply smoothed her hair. While she was leisurely combing her hair, she caught the flying sword between her fingers and flicked it away as if it was a strand of hair that had fallen out of her head. With a seemingly careless movement, this flying sword pierced through the hearts of many guards along the way, and then cut off the head of the master of the flying sword. Since you have come to accept orders, why kill? Do you not fear that I will find an excuse? When the head fell to the ground with hot blood, a cold and authoritative voice sounded at the end of the path in front of this palace attendant. This was Empress Zheng Xiu's voice. If I do not kill, how can I make you understand I have enough weight? This palace attendant looked up and saw Zheng Xiu who had come quickly. She laughed. But you are in a hurry to speak with me. Do you fear I will die too quickly? Chapter 580. Zheng Xiu frowned slightly. Those familiar with her knew that this was a sign of her great displeasure. Powerful presences bloomed in the surrounding alleys of the imperial city. Countless cultivators were gathered here, including some Realm 7 cultivators who had never shown their cultivation in Changling before. This was the center of the Qin dynasty. No matter how high this palace attendant's cultivation was, she could not leave. But her smile contained terrifying confidence, a kind of detachment from life and death. Zheng Xiu disliked this expression even more. She did not look at the palace attendant's face and stained clothing. She looked up slightly and said in a cold voice, "At the New Year banquet in the 12th year of Yuanwu, I had a personal palace attendant called Li Wanzhu." Her voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear, entering the ears of many people in the alleys of the imperial city. Almost everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them did not know the name of that palace attendant, but they knew which palace attendant Zheng Xiu was speaking of. That year, at the banquet of the Yuanwu Emperor's officials, a palace attendant had praised the imperial son Fu Su in front of everyone. The praise was that Fu Su's talent was very similar to that person. These words naturally implied that Fu Su was the son of Zheng Xiu and that person. Even more importantly, while that palace attendant's body had been completely crushed by Yuanwu's powerful primal energies of the universe, she had committed suicide. To say such words at the Yuanwu Emperor's banquet with her own life and mention the past was not as simple as causing people's hearts to turn cold. "That palace attendant is my disciple," The old palace attendant understood Zheng Xiu's meaning and said directly with a smile. After that matter, the Divinity Bureau has been investigating Li Wanzhu and found many secrets about her, including the fact that her original sect was fake, and the people connected to her. I always suspected that there was a powerful cultivator behind her, Zheng Xiu said coldly. But I had not expected that person to be in the palace. I had not expected that person to be from the Chu. I had not expected that such a great grandmaster would be willing to wash dirty clothes for so many years. Zheng Xiu is indeed Zheng Xiu. She was able to tell that Li Wanzhu's cultivation method and mine have something in common just by looking at some of my qi. The old palace attendant's smile grew fainter. She said, "It seems that you still care about Yuanwu's feelings. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to investigate a palace attendant while remaining silent?" Zheng Xiu said expressionlessly, "As a wife, I naturally have to care about my husband's feelings." The old palace maid laughed like a man. "As a wife, whose wife were you before? Do you need to care about anyone's feelings?" Zheng Xiu's expression did not change, but her jade-like fingers stiffened at this moment. "You're just scared." The old palace maid looked disdainfully at her. "What are you scared of? Is Fu Su really his son?" When the old palace maid said this, the air in the imperial city inexplicably stilled. Many suppressed inhales sounded in the senses of these cultivators. "You like to play with people's hearts too much. But do not forget, everyone has feelings. Yuanwu is a person, and you are a person." The old palace maid laughed again. She looked at her and said, "Playing with fire too much will lead to self-destruction. You probably regret forcing a Chu person to come out and die, but you did not expect to force out someone related to Li Wanzhu. I have to thank you for giving me a chance to say these words in front of these people. Also, I do not mind telling you, while I am from the Chu, Li Wanzhu, you have investigated for so many years. You should know that she is from the Qin, from Changling. Moreover, she deliberately said those words at the banquet, not because of my instructions, but because of her own choice. Just like today, I walked out on my own, not because of anyone else's instructions, but because of my own choice." Zheng Xiu was silent. She was thinking of something. In the end, she bowed her head slightly and looked at the palace maid. She asked, "Who are you?" The old palace maid thought for a moment as though she needed to think of how to describe her identity. Many breaths later, she said, "I am from the Chu, and also from the Basin Kendo ground. At the same time, I was once the teacher of the former consort Zhao, the present Empress Dowager of the Chu dynasty." The atmosphere in the imperial city became even heavier. These identities were too astounding. Zheng Xiu's eyebrows rose slightly. She said, "In this case, Consort Zhao counts as someone from the Basin Kendo ground. The Empress Dowager of the Chu dynasty is from the Basin Kendo ground. I wonder what the Chu people think. Some things, there is a great difference between admitting and not admitting. Some things are well known." The old palace maid laughed again and said, "Just like you. You are clearly Wang Jingmeng's woman. I don't know how many times you have done it with him, but you stole Yuanwu and pretended to be pure. Does everyone in the world not know this, but not many dare to say it out loud?" These words were vicious and vulgar, but the old palace maid felt it was not enough. She said, "If you had not slept with Wang Jingmeng before betraying him, would you fear others saying that Fu Su is his son?" Zheng Xiu slowly turned around. This meant that she did not need to speak with this old palace maid, and did not want to see this person again. But at this moment, the old palace maid spoke again and said coolly, "When shamelessness reaches a certain level, you do not care about the process, only the final result. You do not care how others see you, how they talk about you behind your back. In the end, you sat on the throne of the Empress, controlled Jiaodong Commandery, controlled Changling. In the end, Wang Jingmeng died, and I died here. But today, I stood out to die for the Chu. In the future, more people will stand up and die for the Chu. This is why I am willing to die here." After saying this, when the powerful cultivators in the imperial city released their killing intent, the old palace maid released her vital energy and primal energies of the universe. She did not turn them into destructive power and killing intent. She released them as far as possible into the sky as beautiful light. There was a deafening boom. Her body disappeared like the palace attendant who had disappeared at the banquet. The vibrations came from multiple waves of murderous intent attacking her at the same time. Her vital energy and primal energies of the universe had turned into rainbow light. Everyone in Changling looked in shock in the direction of the imperial city. A colorful beam of light shot into the clouds above, as if it had pierced a big hole in the sky. The scattered radiance was like countless colorful butterflies rushing out of the clouds, scattering outwards. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a strange sight, but in the eyes of cultivators, this was a grandmaster burning her cultivation. In some inconspicuous corners of Changling, there were some ordinary people who silently watched this unusual scene and then bowed their heads in greeting. Chapter 581. This old palace attendant had been nameless her entire life. But as Zheng Xiu's order spread through Changling, as it was related to the deaths of tens of thousands of Chu people, not just her deeds, but even her disciple, the palace attendant Li Wanzhu, whose name only the high officials of the Divinity Bureau knew, was once again mentioned by the people of the world. Some people's deaths won fame, some were records in the world of cultivators, but some people's deaths won more than that. When the news of the old palace attendant hiding in the Qin dynasty's imperial palace standing out in exchange for the lives of the 70,000 Yangshan commandery Chu people spread to the Chu, countless people in the Chu territory held a memorial ceremony for this palace attendant. Many Chu people even set up memorial tablets for this old palace attendant, and worshipped her like a god. For the army, this old palace attendant's death was an indescribable power. The armies of the Qin dynasty were famed for their bravery, but in the many battles that occurred in the Chu, almost all of the Chu troops were braver and more fearless than the Qin troops. The most famous was the Battle of Yin Mountain Fort Deng. Fort Deng had more than 1,000 Chu soldiers, and a small half of them were the residents of Fort Deng who did not train much. But they encountered 20,000 Qin troops that had taken a detour to attack a supply route. This was a battle of mantises trying to stop a chariot. But these 1,000 Chu soldiers managed to stop the Qin army's multiple charges. Even though they were all killed in the end, no one fled. Each time the Qin army charged, all of the surviving Chu soldiers would respond with scornful laughter. Is your imperial son Fu Su Wang Jingmeng's son or Yuanwu's son? Even if they could not defeat you, they would spit a mouthful of bloody saliva on your face. This was the spirit of the Qin people. But now, it was the Chu people's. What made the Qin army even more uncomfortable was that they could only be angry, but could not argue with the other on this issue. They could not dwell on this issue. Even many high-ranking Qin generals did not think that driving away the Yangshan commandery Chu people and forcing out such a grandmaster was Zheng Xiu's counterattack. They thought that Zheng Xiu had made another wrong move. Who is that old palace maid? When Zhongsun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning and asked, she, Ding Ning and the old monk who had been following Ding Ning were only a few hills away from Fort Deng. Before this, Ding Ning had already predicted that such an army would take this route, but they were still too slow. Fort Deng had already been razed to the ground. War was like this. Even if some things were calculated clearly, it would still be too late. Although some cultivators were powerful, it was impossible for them to decide the outcome of a war with their cultivation alone. Ding Ning's expression was somewhat complicated as he said, "She is indeed Consort Zhao's master. In terms of seniority, she is my sect aunt." Ironically, she was originally placed in the imperial palace by the Basin Kendo ground to protect Yuanwu. While she is from the Chu, she has always been learning the sword in the Basin Kendo ground. Zhongsun Qianxue knew this history well. When the reform started and the Basin Kendo ground protected Yuanwu against the other princes, many people wanted to kill Yuanwu. There are rumors that she is already dead. Ding Ning looked at Zhongsun Qianxue and added, even now, it seems that the rumors back then were just an illusion created by her, and she can only hide deeper. What about Li Wanzhu? That palace maid? Zhongsun Qianxue took a deep breath and asked. In the past, she only cared about her cultivation level, and did not care about the many things that happened in the wine shop and Changling. But when she learned of Ding Ning's true identity, she changed greatly. She remembered clearly that Ding Ning had her use some methods to slightly change Fu Su's appearance. In reality, there were very few cultivators who could do that. Other than cultivation level and method, the cultivator who did it had to be familiar with Wang Jingmeng's appearance in the past, and remember it deeply. Only then could they make Fu Su have some similarities to Wang Jingmeng's appearance. When Ding Ning had her do this, she only felt that Ding Ning was using his friendship with Fu Su, and felt it was malicious. But when the palace maid was mentioned again, she thought of how that palace maid was willing to give up her life just to say some insinuations in court. Then Ding Ning's viciousness should be related to that palace maid's death. Li Wanzhu is an orphan. She once had a sick younger brother. When I first came to Changling, she and her brother were begging on the streets. At the time, a commoner wanted to use her brother's medical fees to threaten her to be a concubine. Later, I casually killed that commoner, and then gave that person's wealth to her to manage. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. Later, I did not have any interactions with her. I did not even know when she became Zheng Xiu's attendant. Naturally, it was to repay the favor. Zhongsun Qianxue was silent for a moment. She rarely thought with her heart, but if she did, she could easily see some problems. She purposely said those words at the banquet not just to make Yuanwu more suspicious of Zheng Xiu, but also to tell the world that Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu are not so close. This is the conclusion she reached after staying in the imperial palace for many years. With her life as the guide, she cannot be wrong. You and I understand Zheng Xiu very well. Ding Ning nodded, but had an unusually serious expression. Since she can guess from Li Wanzhu that my sect aunt is not dead, then she does not fear what will happen next. The more Yuanwu cares, the crazier she acts. This means that she has started to counterattack. After a pause, he looked at Zhongsun Qianxue, who was frowning deeply, and said softly, "She will not let go of the 70,000 Chu people in Yangshan Commandery. The Chu dynasty will not ignore those Chu people. She wants to force the Chu dynasty to quickly decide the battle in Yangshan Commandery. So the battle in Yangshan Commandery is most likely the key to victory?" Zhongsun Qianxue easily understood Ding Ning's meaning and said, "Then we need to go to Yangshan Commandery as soon as possible." "We do not need to go. The 9-death silkworm is in the Yin Mountain area, and will distract more powerful cultivators." Ding Ning shook his head. "But we cannot let her know our exact whereabouts. So we need to cut off all military communication with Wu Ji." "What is it that gives you such confidence?" After speaking to Zhongsun Qianxue, Ding Ning looked at the ruins of Fort Deng in the distance. Such a voice sounded in his mind. He understood Zheng Xiu too well. So, just from Zheng Xiu's actions, he could sense Zheng Xiu's strong confidence in this battle. It was like a powerful predator's desire to devour its prey. Some of his guesses were very accurate. At this time, shameless things were happening in Yangshan Commandery. The Qin army that had been escorting the 70,000 Chu people quickly retreated after receiving orders from Changling. Back then, Zheng Xiu had promised those officials that as long as there were enough Chu people to die in their place, she would not exile the Chu people of Yangshan Commandery. Now, the Qin army was quickly retreating, leaving these 70,000 Chu people without food and medicine in the desolate plains. Because the flames of war had already swept through, many areas of Yangshan Commandery were deserted. This group of 70,000 Chu refugees had been driven through Yangshan Commandery for many days. Now, they only had two choices. They could walk for many more days to return to their homes, or move towards Chu lands. However, based on the current situation of this team, it was impossible for them to do so with their own strength. Unless there were Chu troops with enough food to receive them. Chapter 582. Most of the Qin soldiers escorting the Chu people of Yangshan Commandery were from Fenghu province. Most of these soldiers had been stationed along the Wu Mountain and were familiar with the situation around Yangshan Commandery. From every angle, even in the intelligence reports of the Qin dynasty's warden's office, the commander of Yangshan Commandery was Fang Qilin. But the true commander of the 600,000 Qin soldiers around Yangshan Commandery and the Wu Mountain was Wei Wujiu. Wei Wujiu's subordinates were all fighting around the Yin Mountain. Even in the intelligence reports to Fu Su and some of the high-ranking officials of the warden's office, he was fighting around Yutian Pass. But in reality, the Wei Wujiu there was just a substitute. The Wei Wujiu who was fighting around Yutian Pass was wearing his 1,000 mountain cold snow armor. His figure looked abnormally tall and straight, carrying a suffocating pressure. However, the Wei Wujiu in Yangshan Commandery was only wearing the thin cotton robe of an ordinary advisor. He looked like a mediocre old advisor, his eyes dim. He was no different from those who were no longer valued by the generals and could only help with some military affairs in the advisor group. However, when this old man mentioned some crucial information or orders, his dim eyes would suddenly reveal a cold-blooded glint, which would make people shudder. She had him hide his identity and hide on the front lines of Yangshan Commandery not because Zheng Xiu did not trust Fang Qilin's command, but because from the start, the focus of this battle was Yangshan Commandery. The mobilization of large amounts of grain and fodder and Fu Su personally coming to the Yin Mountain front lines were just tactics to confuse the enemy. In order to cooperate with her shameless methods, Yangshan Commandery needed an iron-blooded and ruthless commander like her. Wei Wujiu might not be as good as Sima Qiuo in terms of cultivation and strategy, but he was one of those extremely cold-blooded generals. He could carry out military orders without emotion. As long as he could ensure victory, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of a few Chu people, or even tens of thousands of Qin people. The Qin army that had escorted the 70,000 Chu people quickly retreated. After abandoning the Chu people in the desolate plains, they did not go far. They were like hungry wolves that kept an eye on the weak and tired wolves. The 400,000 Qin army had already silently advanced. Like a giant beast opening its mouth, they were ready to swallow up the Chu army. When they were chased away by the Qin army, they had a clear destination. But when the Qin army suddenly retreated and was abandoned on the plains, these 70,000 Chu people lost their sense of direction. They started to panic, and then despair began to spread. Cries of pain could be heard everywhere. Some people were preparing to leave. At this time, most of the people who were preparing to leave were in their prime. Some were cultivators. They all had different goals. Some missed their families and were preparing to return to their homes in Yangshan Commandery. Some felt that they could no longer stay in Yangshan Commandery and were preparing to head for the Chu border. Among these people was a middle-aged man in a plain robe. The middle-aged man looked like a private tutor. His luggage was filled with books. When he finally made up his mind to leave, a woman suddenly walked up to him and asked softly, "You want to leave these people?" The middle-aged man was slightly startled. At this time, the surrounding crowd was already very chaotic. Those who could sense his intentions at the first moment must have been observing him. He could not help but carefully examine the woman who appeared in front of him. This was a very young woman. Her face appeared haggard, and her skin was slightly yellow. She wore ordinary and even tacky blue cloth robes, but she still appeared very pretty. He could not help but frown slightly. As far as he could remember, he had never seen this woman in the team these days. Even though there were more than 70,000 people in this troop, and he could not have seen all of them, but it was an instinct of cultivators to observe everyone along the way. Even if he accidentally glanced at a silhouette, he would not feel so unfamiliar. Even more importantly, this young woman was clearly observing him, but he had not sensed when this woman had come, or when she had come to him from the crowd. While he was slightly surprised, he still nodded and responded, "Yes." This woman had a unique presence, like a family member asking a question. She asked softly, "Where do you prepare to go? Back to Yangshan Commandery? Or to Chu?" The middle-aged man did not hide his thoughts and said, "Back to Yangshan Commandery." The woman said, "Is there someone you cannot let go of?" The middle-aged man hesitated slightly and said, "There is a woman I am close to. When she left, she said she would wait for me to return. I will go back and see if she is willing to return with me to Chu. This is a very large troop." The woman's tone became even stranger as she said, "Even if the number of Qin soldiers escorting these 70,000 soldiers were doubled, it would still be impossible for them to keep a strict watch on every single one of them during the long journey. Usually, when they set up camp, travel through some forests, and when there is chaos, with your cultivation, it is too easy to find a chance to leave. In reality, many cultivators found a chance to leave at the start. But you did not leave before, so why are you leaving now? The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he said softly, because it is useless. The woman looked at him. What do you mean useless? The middle-aged man raised his head and looked around. Looking at the many despairing faces, he took a deep breath and continued in a soft voice. Previously, because of the Qin army's restraint, we were all gathered together. We only knew to move forward without any other thoughts. Even if some people could not hold on and died, they would die on the way forward. The remaining people were still forced to move forward. But now that the Qin army has left, there are no more restraints. These people will have all sorts of thoughts. The 70,000 people will scatter and split up. 70,000 people is not a small number. If these 70,000 people stay together, it will be easier for the Chu to rescue them. But if these people scatter, it is not just a matter of rescuing them. Even more importantly, they give people a different feeling. Even if I am a general, I will not be able to resist fighting for the lives of 70,000 people. But there are thousands of people here, thousands of people there. How can I fight? Even the upright officials in the Chu capital think the same. This is a matter of quantity. The lives of 70,000 people is a major matter, but the lives of a few thousand scattered people cannot be gambled on the victory or defeat of some large armies. The woman's expression did not change much when she heard his words. Instead, she shook her head impatiently and said, "There is no need to make such a simple matter so complicated. Simply speaking, if these 70,000 people are separated, they will no longer give off the feeling of 70,000 people. It will be a few thousand here and there, 10,000 there. After they are separated, the numbers will not appear large. You will suspect that the Chu army will not do its best to save them. The result of this is that these people who are close to their limits will not be received no matter which direction they go. Most of them will die along the way. In the long run, if the army of our dynasty does not save them, and these people die, the Qin will make an issue out of their deaths. Even if it is their shameless methods, in the end, it will involve the morality and humanity of our dynasty." After saying this, the middle-aged man was silent for a moment and then said slowly, "But the future has nothing to do with the present. I did not leave them before because I felt there was hope and I could do my best to help them. I am leaving now because I cannot bear it. I do not want to watch these people die miserably. This is just a matter of my state of mind. It may not matter if others leave, but if you leave, these 70,000 people will scatter even faster. Because you are Ji Baixing. You are a very famous bookseller in the city of Yangshan Commandery. Many people here know you. The most important thing is that you have used your zhenqi to save many dying people, especially many young children, during these days when you were in this team. So you may not have noticed, but in reality, your actions can affect most people here." The woman didn't argue with him. Instead, she used a tone that left no room for doubt and even carried a hint of arrogance as she ordered, "You're quite knowledgeable. You should know that since ancient times, humans have always lived in groups. Even if we're all in a predicament, when more people gather together, there will always be a way. Even if we're just enduring, we'll be able to last a little longer. So what you need to do now is to make sure these 70,000 people do not scatter." The middle-aged man was filled with helplessness and sadness. He was powerless to speak. If he could do it, would he need this woman to tell him this? If there is a clean water source, it can at least make people feel safe. There is a small lake 2 hours away from here. You can tell them that they have to get there before sunset. There is water, and they can try to catch fish. The woman did not care what he thought and continued to order. The man called Ji Xingbai was stunned and then grimaced. He said, "How many fish can they catch? The fish they catch are far from enough, and it will cause chaos. A drowning person will try to catch a straw. A person walking in the desert who is about to die, if you give him the hope of a water source, he can hold on for one more day. At this time, you only need an excuse to calm these people." The woman looked coldly at him and said, "Tell them, if they reach there, the Chu army will send some food and medicine at night." Ji Xingbai's face paled slightly, and his voice trembled. He said, "If their hope is destroyed, it will be even more unmanageable. If they find that there is no food and medicine delivered at night, these people will completely collapse. At that time, no one will be able to deal with this situation. Some food and medicine will be delivered at night, the woman said coldly and decisively. It will be delivered. This is not an excuse. Ji Xingbai looked at her. He did not understand why her tone was so strong and confident. The woman did not explain anything. She only reached out and gently brushed his shoulder, as if she was just brushing away a stain. However, he instantly felt that this hand was incomparably heavy, and tougher than any essence metal in the world. This was an extremely strange feeling, and at the same time, it made him instantly understand her identity. His breathing immediately stopped. After many breaths, he lowered his voice to the limit. In a voice that only he and the woman could hear, he said in a trembling voice, "Why are you here?" In reality, what he really wanted to say was, "How could you have sneaked into them so many days ago?" However, the words sneak in and sneak in were not enough to describe this woman. Chapter 583. The success of a stratagem does not depend on whether the stratagem is exquisite, but whether the stratagem has foresight, and how thorough the person carrying out the stratagem can be. The woman did not look at Ji Xingbai, but at the Chu horizon. She said peacefully, "Tens of thousands of soldiers are escorting tens of thousands of people being driven away. As a cultivator, it is easy to find a chance to leave, and it is also easy to find a chance to enter these people. Even more importantly, no one would think that I would be among these people." Ji Xingbai took a deep breath. His heart beat violently, and a sickly flush appeared on his pale face. Indeed, no one would think that she would enter these people who were being driven away. The present emperor of Chu was Li Lingjun, but everyone knew that the strongest ruler of the Chu dynasty was the Empress Dowager who had once been called Demon Consort Zhao. Now, this legendary ruler of the Chu dynasty was in front of him. This was definitely an extremely dangerous move. From a certain point of view, if she was killed, the result of this war was decided. Without her existence, the Chu dynasty would quickly fall apart and collapse in its own chaos. The cultivators of Changling would pay attention to the movements of any powerful cultivator in the Chu dynasty's military, but most likely, no one could truly understand her, and no one would know of her movements. The fact that she was here was an impossible miracle. The woman, the former consort Zhao, the present Empress Dowager of Chu, looked at the horizon and sat down like the lonely and helpless women in this troop. Even her posture and expression were similar. She sat on the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees, her chin on her knees. Sometimes, her loneliness and sorrow were not faked. Even in the imperial palace of the Chu dynasty, she was very lonely. Every day, for the position she sat in, many bloody things would happen. Some people who hated her were dying, and some people loyal to her were dying. When the Qin army retreated, she learned of the death of her master in Changling. She had thought that her master had died in the bloody storm years before Yuanwu ascended the throne. Now, she knew that her master had been hiding in the imperial palace of Changling all these years. But now, her master was dead. Therefore, she was really sad now. Her master had died for the Chu people of Yangshan Commandery, so saving the lives of these 70,000 Chu people was equivalent to her master's last wish. It was as if it was the will of the heavens. "If you want to fight me here, then I'll fight you here." She looked at the setting sun on the horizon and thought to the mistress of the Changling Imperial Palace who might feel sorrow for someone. Dusk was approaching. Light would bring warmth to people, darkness would make people panic and lose themselves. If they could not calm the emotions of these 70,000 Chu people, when night came, despair would spread. Fortunately, her observations over the past few days were correct. The vital essence of Ji Xingbai's cultivation method had the ability to temporarily free people from the torment of hunger and illness. Even though Ji Xingbai was just a Realm 6 cultivator, a cultivator like him, who was the pillar of support for many people in the troop, coming out was more effective than the encouragement of any other Realm 7 cultivator. When the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, he successfully led the group to the small lake that she had mentioned. Water splashed everywhere. Using the light of the fire, some strong men started to try to catch fish under the guidance of some experienced fishermen. This was a shallow lake, and most of the water only reached a person's chest. When the dry season came, it would probably dry up and become a grassland. The exhausted Ji Xingbai walked to the riverbank next to her and sat down silently. Having something to do could distract some people and bring hope. But after dawn tomorrow, whether these 70,000 people would listen to his suggestion would depend on whether the Chu army could deliver food and medicine tonight. But even with her promise, how could the Chu army do it? 70,000 people needed a lot of food. Even if they had made arrangements, how could a Chu army of a similar number hide from the eyes and ears of the Qin army and safely reach here? He could not help but have some suspicions, but he did not dare to question it. He did not even dare to look at and converse with that woman in case she appeared special. Consort Zhao, like other women and children, chose to sit on dry grass. Her gaze seemed to be on the people fishing in the shallow lake, but in reality, she was looking at the other side of the lake. Without any warning, Ji Xingbai's breathing suddenly became difficult. He sensed the ground suddenly trembling. This trembling came from the other side of the lake. At this time, other than cultivators like him, the Chu people gathered by the lake could not feel the trembling from the distant ground. But in just a few breaths, he was certain that this was the trembling from countless iron hooves hitting the ground at a high frequency. This was an army running, and at a speed far exceeding the usual limits of a cavalry army. The speed and frequency of countless iron hooves hitting the ground made him feel an aura of recklessness. He suddenly understood something. He stood up, his throat choked, and his eyes filled with hot tears. Extreme speed. Only by disregarding the safety of the steed, and squeezing out the life force of the steed beyond the limit, could one reach such speed. In the span of 10 breaths after he stood up, those able-bodied men who were fishing in the lake first sensed something strange. They saw the strange ripples on the surface of the water, and then heard the noises surging in the darkness from all directions. That was another army running, the iron hooves hitting the ground, but they could not match the speed of the previous army. That army did not care about anything, and like a gust of wind, they furiously charged towards the shallow lake. Ji Xingbai could not control his emotions. In the darkness, he turned his head and glanced at Consort Zhangxiang on the shore behind him. He saw Consort Zhangxiang was still sitting, and seemed to have merged with the ordinary women and children, but her face was indescribably solemn. Pew pew pew, the thunderous hooves were suddenly covered by the sound of the air being torn apart. Streams of fire appeared in the air, accompanied by even more small black shadows. Those were arrows, seal weapons, and could be the flying swords of cultivators. Countless loud roars rang out from the army that was madly charging towards the shallow lake like the wind. However, no one cared about the arrows or flying swords that reaped lives. The loud roars and shouts that connected together only caused the army to speed up again. The air was filled with the smell of blood and explosions. The trees and reeds on the shore were smashed apart by the black shadows. The cracking of branches and the cracking of bones mixed together, causing the Chu people on the other side of the lake to open their mouths, unable to breathe. They seemed to be petrified as they looked at this scene they had never seen before. The galloping horses charged out of the shore, smashing forward like meteors, pushing aside the trees and reeds, and then smashing hard into the lake. Countless rays of golden light fell from the sky, and even more rays of golden light pierced into their bodies as they charged down. The air on the other side of the lake was filled with metal wind, flowing fire, killing intent, and death. Batches of unimaginably fast cavalry did not care about everything that fell towards them. They charged forward, were killed, and charged into the lake. This scene did not just exist for a moment, but lasted for a long time. Soon, the water of the shallow lake was dyed red. Even in the darkness, one could see the deep color of blood. When all the shouts and roars finally disappeared, there were no longer any wild horses crashing into the lake with their riders. The metal flowing in the air finally disappeared as well. Only a few clearer sounds of horse hooves beating on the ground restlessly could be heard, patrolling the surroundings. At this time, many Chu people started to breathe again, and many people started to cry. Some people looked at the bodies of the horses and soldiers floating on the surface of the lake, and started to understand what had happened. Their bodies started to tremble. Ji Xingbai's hands were also trembling. He was not a general, but even if he was, he might not have seen thousands of cavalry die in such a way in front of him. He looked at the other side of the lake. In the remaining light, he could see the figures of cavalry in black armor as they retreated. His hands were cold, but his body was hot. His blood seemed to have disappeared and started to burn inside his body. Have people salvage the horses and the bodies. The bodies need to be taken care of quickly, otherwise, the water will be polluted. But at this time, a cold voice reached his ears. He knew that this was Consort Zheng Xiong's voice. He also knew that this coldness was not due to cruelty and heartlessness, but targeted at their enemies. The food they brought with them is not enough to last long. We need to smoke the meat of these horses as soon as possible. Try to give up on the useless sorrow. If the 70,000 people exchanged for the lives of these 4,000 people is not as good as these 4,000 people, then the Chu dynasty will really die. On the shore, her head was bowed as she said these words into Ji Xingbai's ears. Chapter 584. From the riding skills of these 4,000 cavalry, their charging speed, and their fearless presence, Ji Xingbai could conclude that this cavalry was one of the most elite cavalry armies of the Chu dynasty. If such a cavalry army was equipped normally, it would not be like today when they did not even wear light armor. Their combat power would far surpass tens of thousands of ordinary people. Even if they could not kill 70,000 ordinary people, it should not be a problem for them to completely crush them. But in terms of combat power, that old palace attendant who had committed suicide in the distant Changling Imperial Palace, a grandmaster like her, was better than these 70,000 people. Some things could not be measured so simply. Ji Xingbai looked at the blood-dyed lake. He saw many young people who had come ashore go back into the water. Before he spoke, these young people started to pull out the corpses of the cavalry. More and more people went into the water, including many people who had been crying out of despair. The corpses of the soldiers were first dragged from the water near the other shore to the shore, and then the food and horses. This was a difficult journey across half of the lake, but no one seemed to feel tired tonight. Earlier, in order to make these people follow him to this lake, Ji Xingbai had used all the means at his disposal. But this night, he did not need to say anything. He just stood there and watched this scene as if he was a statue. Many women and children were washing the corpses of the soldiers. Other than starting to process the food, medicine, and horses, many people silently put on the weapons the soldiers had carried, including the arrows and other sharp weapons that had been stabbed into their bodies. There were still many stifled cries and shouts in the group, but there was a great power that spread through the crowd. Ji Xingbai knew that after tonight, this kind of power would not just spread in the hearts of the people by the lake, but would spread to more places in the Chu realm. Tang Zhifeng, looking at the mountain at night, is a black mass. What can you see? Isn't it too boring? It is boring to run out at night and not see anything clearly from far away. It is not only boring to look at the mountain. You're right. Since I'm bored, I might as well accompany my brother to get some fresh air. On the Yin Mountain battlefield far from Yangshan Commandery, there were countless Chu tents in the darkness. On a hill among these tents, there were 7 figures standing silently. 6 of them did not speak, and only one person was talking to himself in boredom. The people around him were already used to his weird habit of talking to himself whenever he was excited. After living in seclusion with Tang Mai for many years, they knew each other like the back of their hands. Just like tonight, even the strategists of the Chu generals could not detect the intentions in Tang Mai's orders. Yet, the people standing around Tang Mai could understand what Tang Mai was going to do from the minute changes in his expression without needing to analyze the orders. Is it too risky? The cold Jiao sword furnace cultivator Jiao Ce did not pay attention to Tang Zhifeng's words and turned to look at Tang Mai. When he asked this question, the aura around his body suddenly became a little hotter, and his skin even turned red. This meant that his emotions were different from usual. His emotions were turbulent under his calm expression. Everyone thinks that my style of leading the army is too conservative. Not just the enemy, but even our own people think so. Tang Mai smiled. He was very relaxed. Once the important decision was made, the burden in his heart was lifted. He smiled as he looked at the fire in the Qin camp that could be seen even in the darkness. He said, "But for marching and fighting, doing the opposite and making the other misjudge will bring about a chance of victory. You moved so many troops and fought so many battles. I felt that you would continue to be conservative like this. So you purposely fought like this for Sima Qiu to see." This time, Tang Zhifeng did not speak to himself and looked at Tang Mai. Tang Mai smiled faintly and said, "Even the people of the Basin Kendo ground judge that I will fight slowly. If even they judge this, then Sima Qiu and Wei Wujiu will judge this as well. No one will know that I will start the final battle immediately. In reality, we do not have much choice. While our grain transport has not had a problem, only the Empress Dowager and I know that some of the unopened granaries were empty during the previous emperor's time. But even if we can win, the key to victory is Yangshan Commandery. There's a fatal flaw in your plan." A deep voice sounded. The speaker was the most silent of the people around Tang Mai. Usually, in Tang Mai's seclusion place, what he did was not beautiful. He just plowed and loosened the soil every day. But he was Jin Liufeng, one of the best strategists in the Chu military. Even if we win, even if we eat 300,000 Qin soldiers, the key is whether Yangshan Commandery can stop the Qin's counterattack. He looked down at the soil under his feet and said, emphasizing each word, "If we start the final battle, they will quickly wake up and find that you have gathered most of your forces here." On the other hand, the Qin army in Yangshan Prefecture was ready to launch a sneak attack. From Yangshan Commandery to Chu, they have lost dozens of cities and commanderies along the way. This battle cannot be fought. You are right. If I start the final battle in the Yin Mountain area, the Qin army in Yangshan Commandery will attack on all fronts. But Yangshan Commandery will definitely block the Qin army's counterattack. Tang Mai said slowly. He did not explain the reason. His words were domineering and slightly rude. Since Jin Liufeng said there was a flaw, then the difference in strength definitely existed. But those familiar with Tang Mai heard something unusual from his words. On the same night, deep in the Chu palace, Li Lingjun could not sleep. As a cultivator, he sweated every night. Because he was too nervous, his sweat often soaked his bedding. Because he hadn't slept well for a long time, his eye sockets were sunken deeper, even a little dark, and his face was abnormally pale. He knew that Consort Zhao was no longer in the palace. The real Consort Zhao had not been close to him for many days. He did not know where she had gone, but he had not revealed this information to anyone. He strictly guarded this secret. So he knew that Zheng Xiu's hidden pawn was not him. Then if it was not him, what was Zheng Xiu's strongest move? Because he could not think of it, he felt an inexplicable terror every day. On the same night, a man who rarely slept was walking on a mountain in the Yin Mountain battlefield, looking down at the camps of the Qin and Chu dynasties like an eagle. Chapter 585. The sun rose, the stars disappeared, and the night disappeared. A sentry of Qin army woke up early in the morning and crawled out of his tent. He took a bowl of vegetable soup with minced meat from a large pot placed on a stove not far away from the tent, broke a few pieces of dry bread, and had a hearty meal. When he climbed up the arrow tower and took over the sentry at the front to look at Tianqi City, his slightly satisfied gaze even showed a hint of sympathy. Tianqi City was one of the important border cities of the Chu dynasty on the Yin Mountain border. Yet when Sima Qiu and his 200,000 troops had slowly advanced, Lian Bo's elite cavalry had ambushed and cut off the connection between Tianqi City and the other Chu border cities. Now, Heavenly Awakening City had completely become a lone city surrounded by enemies. Many of the Qin soldiers even called this city Heavenly Forsaken City when they joked around. The Chu army was continuously retreating under pressure. This border city seemed to be fated to be abandoned. After being besieged for many days, the Chu army in this border city had suffered heavy casualties. Not just food, but even water was close to being cut off. The present military power of the Qin dynasty was completely different from the past. It was not just in the number of cultivators in the army, but also in the food. Ordinary Qin soldiers could clearly feel it. Thinking about how they could eat so well for the first meal in the morning, while the Chu people in the devastated border city could only eat bark and grass, this Qin sentry unconsciously felt some sympathy. But even so, the Chu army in this abandoned border city was extremely tenacious. In the past few days, the Qin army, 3 times the size of this border city, had attacked more than a dozen times. Some powerful cultivators had even charged into the streets. But relying on some seal weapons, the Chu army inside, or rather, the Chu people, still managed to defend this city. When the Qin sentry thought of this, the hint of sympathy in his eyes disappeared and turned into seriousness. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes were filled with shock. Many strange reflections and smoke appeared on the distant horizon. Some of the golden reflections and smoke pillars were the Qin army's means of communication, and should have come from the vanguard of the Qin army. More of the reflections came from armor and weapons, and the light from the seal weapons when they gathered primal energies of the universe. The black mass of cavalry began to fill his vision. At least 10,000 elite cavalrymen were marching towards the border city like a tidal wave. Using a seal weapon on the turret that could improve his vision, this Qin sentry saw that behind the tens of thousands of elite Chu cavalry, there were endless chariots. What shocked him even more was that many chariots were dragging rare large seal weapons behind them. They were like small mountains, or like ships and palaces moving on the ground. The duty of a sentry like him was to be the first to discover the enemy and warn. But now, there was no need for him to warn because he was not the sentry at the front. Even more importantly, the golden light and smoke in the distance had clearly told all the Qin soldiers here that this was not a small Chu army, but a true army. The turrets at the border of Tianqi city were naturally much taller than the arrow turrets that the Qin army had built. The Chu soldiers on top of the turrets could see more clearly than the Qin soldiers. Looking at the army that seemed to cover the sky, and the 7 metal statues that were 60 feet tall, these Chu soldiers could not help but sink into shock. These tall metal statues were the image of celestial maidens. They were bronze, and densely covered in sapphire blue lines. Each metal statue was surrounded by 9 chariots. There were multiple cultivators on each chariot, and among these cultivators, there was one person holding a short stick-shaped bronze seal weapon. This was the strongest seal weapon of the Chu army that the world knew was flying heaven. Each seal weapon needed 9 Realm 6 cultivators to activate, and each attack was far more powerful than an ordinary Realm 7. There were only 16 of these seal weapons, and they only existed in the main army of the Chu dynasty. So this was not a strategic counterattack, but a mad final battle of the army. Looking down from the sky, Tianqi city was a nail in the Qin army's defense line. The Qin army was mostly dressed in black robes and armor, like a black sea. On the other side, the Chu army was mostly dressed in blue armor, and spread out like a river. In the plains far from Tianqi city, where the pillars of light and smoke were shooting out, the vanguard of the Qin army was fighting with the vanguard of the Chu army. Arrows, flames from seal weapons, blood, limbs, and metal pieces flew through the air. The Qin army clearly had not been prepared and was retreating in front of the Chu army's mad attacks. In the sand table of the Qin army camp, Tianqi city was only a slightly larger flag. The usually empty camp was now filled with high-ranking generals and strategists of the Qin army, waiting for orders from Sima Qiuo, who had a grim expression. Sima Qiuo's gaze swept across many places, and he picked up many flags. In the end, his gaze stopped on Tianqi city. Before nightfall, I want our camp to move into the city. Then he, who had been silent for a long time, gave the order. A Qin general's breathing suddenly stopped. He had followed Sima Qiuo for many years and knew that Sima Qiuo's order meant that the 300,000 Chu soldiers would fight to the death while their rear army would advance and take down Tianqi city before nightfall. Why? While he could not disobey Sima Qiuo's orders, he could not help but ask. The Chu army does not have enough food. If they charge like madmen, their food and seal weapons will not be able to keep up. Sima Qiuo raised his head and looked coldly at him. He said, "But we did not expect Tang Mai to dare to do this. As long as the Chu army was unstoppable and won battles along the way, Our food and seal weapons would become their supplies. From the present situation, we are on the verge of losing. Only by stopping the advance of the Chu army will the other armies be able to move in time. Otherwise, the main army will be defeated by their superior military power. Tianqi City is the best place to defend in the surrounding 100 miles. You should know what this Tianqi City is relying on to stop our army. If we can take down Tianqi City before nightfall, we can set up defenses in Tianqi City and stop the advance of the Chu army. Those armies along the way will naturally be destroyed by the Chu army. But compared to the only chance of victory, this sacrifice is worth it. Sima Qiu would only speak more when he was teaching Fu Su alone. Usually, when he was arranging battles and facing his subordinates, he rarely spoke. His abnormality caused all the Qin generals in the tent to understand that even Sima Qiu was extremely nervous. "I will go." A cultivator with shoulder-length hair who looked like a strategist spoke from a corner of the tent. He was also wearing a black robe, but the collar was very high, and the shadow covered his face. When he spoke, dark and cold energies suddenly surged from many dark corners of the tent. Many black flowers appeared out of nowhere. Some of the Realm 7 cultivators in the tent who did not recognize him unconsciously narrowed their eyes. Sima Qiu did not look at him. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr." Chapter 586. Who is this person? After this cultivator left the camp, an official of the warden's office could not help but ask in a low voice behind Sima Qiu. From Tang Mai's performance, everyone had greatly underestimated Tang Mai's abilities. Since Sima Qiu had set the location of the final battle at Tianqi City, then Tang Mai would likely have considered this possibility. There would be powerful cultivators coming to Tianqi City to help. What would decide who this city belonged to before nightfall was the battle between these powerful cultivators. Clearly, this cultivator who looked like a strategist cultivated the path of yin and ghosts. Cultivators who cultivated this method had a harder time reaching Realm 7 than ordinary cultivators, but once they succeeded, they were harder to deal with because of their strange methods. At the Deer Mountain Conference, that Mountain Yin sect Yang Ying who had posed the greatest threat to Yuanwu was the best example. But from a certain point of view, the path of yin and ghosts was an external path. Placing the key to victory on people the warden's office was unfamiliar with was not as reassuring as placing it on those grandmasters they knew. There are not many exiles on the Basin Kendo ground. He is the one who has killed the most. Sima Qiu glanced at this official of the warden's office and said, "He did not come here because of me." Ghost. The expressions of the surrounding officials suddenly changed. That official from the warden's office was incomparably pale. He could only say one word, but because he remembered who this person was, he was so shocked that he could not say a second word. What do these Chu people want to do? Wei Wujiu walked out of the tent and looked with a dark expression at the dust of the distant Chu territory. The Yin Mountain and Yangshan Commandery were very far apart. This meant that the two battlefields could not exchange information in a short time. When the majority of the Chu army in the Yin Mountain region was furiously advancing in the night and starting the final battle, the Yangshan Commandery had not received the corresponding military report. Yet if someone could see the entire situation, they would find that if the Chu army on the border of Yangshan Commandery did not change, then the final battle between the Qin and Chu armies in Yangshan Commandery would start earlier than in the Yin Mountain region. In fact, most of the Qin army in Yangshan Commandery was not far from the exiled Chu people. It was a vanguard from the left wing of the Qin army that killed the elite cavalry of the Chu army that night. After that, the main Chu army on the border had slowly advanced towards the small lake where the Chu people were. They seemed to be planning to retreat at any time and lead the Qin army deeper into the Chu lands. But a day or two ago, the Chu army had officially crossed the border and entered Yangshan Commandery, advancing multiple times faster than usual. When the sun rose this morning, Wei Wujiu had already issued the order for the entire army to advance at full speed to meet the enemy. If the Chu army did not retreat, the final battle of Yangshan Commandery would erupt by noon at the latest. The Qin army had been waiting in formation for many days. Even if they were to push forward to meet the enemy, it was like they were opening their huge mouths. Naturally, with the advantage in numbers, they would be able to swallow the enemy whole. So no matter how experienced Wei Wujiu was, he could not understand why the Chu army was doing this. In his view, the only possibility was that a great problem had occurred in the imperial court or the military of the Chu dynasty. Why is it like this? Wei Wujiu was not the only one who could not understand. Even Ji Xingbai could not understand. But unlike Wei Wujiu, he knew who to ask this question. There is no why. Consort Zhao looked at the growing dust and responded in a voice only he could hear. This is something that was agreed upon. What is agreed upon? How can we win? Ji Xingbai could not understand even more. Consort Zhao did not answer, like she did not hear his words. She looked silently at the sky of the Chu territory she was facing. The chaotic clouds gathered and were as heavy as a city. Then they were crushed into flowing fire by primal energies of the universe. The world started to shake. Regardless of whether she understood or not, hundreds of thousands of Chu soldiers and hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers collided in front of her and the 70,000 Chu people. The Chu army formed into an arrow shape and stabbed into the Qin army formation. The Qin army wanted to surround the Chu army in a wild goose formation. Countless hooves stomped on the ground, and the dust started to dance like dragons. Countless swords and soldiers met, and the dust was filled with blood and limbs. Because of the chaotic primal energies of the universe, the plains formed countless whirlpools that swept up living horses and soldiers. Even the heavy chariots and seal weapons, as well as the arrows and flying swords flying in the air, were not spared. They were swept into the air and then thrown down. This was an unimaginable battle. Ordinary cultivators, under such chaotic energy turbulence, could not gather primal energies of the universe. They could only rely on their vital energy and the primal energies of the universe stored in their bodies to fight. Their power was greatly reduced compared to ordinary soldiers. The intertwined armies had become a true giant millstone, a true Azura field. The place where the two armies had first clashed was 30 miles from the small lake where the 70,000 Chu people were. Even so, the gusts of wind still brought down large amounts of metal fragments and pieces of flesh. There were even some light flying swords that had fallen into the lake. As time passed, the main battlefield grew closer to the small lake. Many lines of blood started to seep out of the clear lake water where the small lake faced the battlefield. The soil of the battlefield was soaked in blood and sticky. When powerful forces landed on the ground, what splashed up was no longer dust, but waves of blood. The burning sun in the sky was entangled by the blood clouds, and gradually dyed red, turning into a blood sun in the clouds. The cavalry on both sides had almost all disappeared. Even the chariots had lost their original use. It was hard to form a perfect formation in the muddy pools of blood. In the countless intersecting battle groups, there were no longer any elaborate arrangements. Only the instinctive killing of each other existed. Even though the light had dimmed and the chaotic primal energies of the universe still swept through the battlefield, most of the dust had dissipated, and people could clearly see the scene of this enormous battle. Ji Xingbai's body had trembled with the ground at the start. Now, his soul seemed to have left his body, and he seemed to have lost all feeling in his body. He was not a general, but from this perspective, he could faintly see the direction of this battle. At the start of the battle, the Chu army was still able to advance and push the Qin army back. This meant that the Chu army had the advantage at the start of the battle. Yet he saw that many of the giant seal weapons of the Chu army had fallen, and the Qin army at the flank was still able to advance. The Chu army's advantage was disappearing, and they seemed to be unable to stop the Qin army from surrounding them. If there was no miracle, then the outcome of this battle would not be one side losing tens of thousands of troops, but the Chu army being completely wiped out. Where was the miracle? He saw that the Qin army seemed to have some reserves that had not truly entered the battlefield. Some of the light cavalry hidden in the rear were clearly used for the final chase and harvest. Ji Xingbai could not help but turn to look at Consort Zhao, hoping to get an answer from her eyes. The moment he turned his head, he saw that her eyes seemed to be burning. The burning feeling came from the exceptionally bright flame in her eyes. She had been watching all this time, But now, she started to walk. Chapter 587. At the start, no one noticed because she did not walk fast and dressed normally. But when she walked out of the edge of the crowd by the lake, passed by the strong men and even cultivators, and left the crowd, she naturally attracted the gazes of the Chu people by the lake. These Chu people temporarily pulled their gazes away from the battle between gods and demons in the distance and looked at her. "Miss, come back." Many women who were originally terrified to the extreme were the first to shout. However, this did not stop her from moving forward. She left the crowd by the lake, and slowly walked forward with steady steps. Her figure grew lonelier. Under the bloody sunlight, her shadow grew longer, but gave off a heart-palpitating power. Many people started to realize what she was going to do. Their breathing and bodies grew heavier. Ji Xingbai was the only cultivator among these people who knew her true identity. Seeing her walk, he first thought of his family. He knew very well that if he followed her to the battlefield, he would never be able to see the family he longed for day and night. However, when he looked at her back, his feet started to move unconsciously. He became the second person to leave the edge of the crowd by the lake. Before this, Consort Zhao had been unknown among these Chu people. But he was different. Many times, he was seen as the person who saved these Chu people. When he walked out of the crowd, he walked faster towards the woman in front of him. He walked towards the battlefield without looking back. More and more people started to walk out of the crowd towards the battlefield. These people seemed to have invisible ropes on their bodies, leading more people out of the crowd and away from the relatively safe shore of the lake. "If we die, then we die." Someone let out a sigh before walking out of the crowd. This kind of voice was like a pebble that broke the silence. "If we die, then we die." More such voices sounded, and in the end, they became shout. "Fight! Revenge! Revenge for our dead brothers and family." Furious shouts erupted like a volcano. It wasn't just the robust men and cultivators, even the unarmed women and children in the crowd who were still crying began to follow the people in front of them, and then they began to run. The 70,000 Chu people were dressed in all kinds of clothing, extremely haggard. But at this time, as they ran, the water in the shallow lake started to vibrate with their footsteps. Droplets of water left the surface and jumped up. Revenge! Revenge for what? A Qin reserve cavalry occupying a hill looked coldly at these Chu people. When these Chu people started to leave the lake and run, the general leading the cavalry sneered in disdain. With such a great battle erupting, the Qin army naturally considered the 70,000 Chu people here. Especially when this reserve cavalry had participated in the encirclement of the Chu army that had sent grain that day. He had never doubted that these Chu people who saw the Chu army charging without regard for their own lives would be aroused from their bones and throw themselves into battle. But was this kind of blood useful? Of these 70,000 Chu people, only 1/5 were young. Most of them had not trained to kill. Even if there were a few cultivators, in his view, these people were not as strong as the thousands of elite Chu cavalry who were going to die. The 70,000 people moving like a tide was enough, but how long could their courage last? When their courage dissipated, even the most people were just sheep running on the grasslands. "Kill her!" This general's dark and cold gaze landed on the woman at the front. The first person to walk out would naturally be the first to pay the price of death. As his cold voice sounded, his left hand waved downwards, and the dozens of green seal weapons behind him gave off strange screeches. Like many poisonous snakes slithering through the seal scripts, the primal energies of the universe coming out of the seal weapon turned into dark green flames, and then attached to the bolts that were fired by the seal weapon. The bolts shot into the sky and then fell down. A green rain of fire fell from the sky, covering the figure of the woman walking at the front. The muddy soil was scorched until it suddenly cracked. Then, it was burned red by the terrifying heat and turned into magma. The heat and the flames that emerged from the ground formed a real hell. Sticky bubbles emerged from the magma and burst forth with explosive sounds. The Chu people who were moving like a tide suddenly stopped. Looking at the sea of fire in front of them, many people's minds were blank. The Qin general who had given the order narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, his face suddenly froze. On the molten ground, among the burning flames, a figure was still steadily moving forward. When the heat quickly rose, almost all the Chu people immediately saw the figure of the woman. As if she was not affected at all, the woman walked through the magma and fire. Even her clothes were not affected at all. Many Chu people gaped, but did not understand their own emotions and could not make a sound. She was facing the cavalry army on the hill. The pupils of the leading Qin general and all the soldiers shrank. Unconsciously, a biting coldness surged out from the depths of their bodies. At this time, other than her steady advance, she made a new move. She slowly and patiently opened a bag she carried with her. There was a piece of clothing in the bag, and then she put on this clothing. This clothing was rich in color. Under the dim world covered by the bloody mist, it still flashed with dazzling and bright light, causing everyone who saw it to feel slightly dizzy. The most important thing was that the embroidery on the robe was a dancing phoenix. This was a real phoenix robe. Tied at the waist, the phoenix clothing was dazzling. At this moment, it was as if the most breathtaking beauty in the world had gathered on this woman's body along with the color of the clothes. This was the empress clothing of the Chu dynasty. Only the legendary demon consort of the Chu dynasty, the present Empress Dowager, could possess and wear such clothing. Only she could possess such a presence that could cause the world to change color, and possess such beauty and majesty. She is the Empress Dowager. Holy Empress Dowager, she. In the next moment, these 70,000 Chu people went completely mad. In the various generations of history, the legendary holy emperors had led their armies into battle. Yet no holy emperor had ever put himself in danger like this. He was not in the middle of the army, but fearlessly walked at the front of the army alone. These 70,000 Chu people went completely mad. After a moment of pause, they started to run even more furiously. Many of the Chu soldiers in the distance started to notice the abnormality here. They started to hear the mad and hot-blooded shouts. Then they started to see the dazzling color. Then these Chu soldiers started to go mad. The battlefield was like a landslide. Mad shouts spread deep into the battle formation and exploded. Kill. Their pupils contracted to their limits and turned blood red. The Qin general on the hill gave a beast-like roar after he stopped breathing for a moment. Without waiting for the army behind him to move, he charged furiously. The red warhorse under him was wrapped in the primal energies of the universe that were furiously surging out of his body. It seemed to fly and burn like a red cloud. The entire army attacked. The cavalry behind him went mad as well, charging madly towards that gorgeous color. Both this Qin general and the cavalry behind him knew the cultivation of this legendary demon consort Zhao. Many of the nobles in the Chu capital who had tried to overthrow her rule had been suppressed by her hands. Yet they also knew that even if their cavalry could not kill this woman, if the army behind them could kill this woman, then this battle would end. With a mournful roar, the general at the front leaped high into the air with his war horse. His vital energy and energies started to burn. He even drew out the blood of his war horse and gathered it into the seal scripts on his sword. The blood-red sword in his hand turned into a bloody cloud dozens of feet long that charged viciously towards Consort Zhao's chest. Yet in this moment, Consort Zhao disappeared from his sight. Then he saw her hand appear on his forehead. It is useless. Even if this is a surprise army, even if you can charge into the flank, it is not enough to change the result of this battle. Before his forehead shattered, he viciously spat out a mouthful of saliva and said to the woman, Chapter 588. The bloody cloud dozens of feet long and the headless corpse of the general fell behind Consort Zhao. Consort Zhao's fist was not tainted by any blood, like the purest white jade. She continued to walk forward steadily, towards the berserk cavalry that was swarming in front of her. 3 flying swords flew over with shrill howls, attacking her forehead, chest, and back. Following the 3 flying swords were 4 cultivators at the front. They jumped off their horses, the primal energies of the universe around them burning like flames. Their speed towards Consort Zhao was close to the 3 flying swords. The 3 flying swords and the 4 cultivators formed a powerful formation, sealing off all of Consort Zhao's paths of advance and retreat. Facing the attacks of the 3 flying swords and the 4 cultivators, Consort Zhao's steady steps did not seem to change, but the power erupting from her feet changed greatly, and her body started to accelerate. She didn't make any extra movements and simply charged forward. Her body hit the flying swords, and then the 4 cultivators in front of her. There was a loud explosion. The swords broke, the bones shattered, and the flesh scattered. The 3 flying swords broke in half, and the bodies of the 4 cultivators turned into pieces of flesh that flew outwards. Consort Zhao's body passed through the flying bloody mist, and started to walk at the same pace as before. Her expression did not change at all, as though all of this had nothing to do with her. Her skin was especially white and tender under the luster of the beautiful phoenix robe. It was as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. No one would be able to associate her body with the world's hardest metal. It really is her. But this scene dispelled many of the cultivators on the battlefield who had been suspicious. Because all the knowledgeable cultivators in the world knew that Consort Zhao cultivated the celestial gold body. This method had once been thought of as a stupid and useless method that could only be beaten, but she had cultivated it to the extreme. Her body was the most terrifying weapon. What she cultivated was her physical body. The Chu people behind her seemed to wake up as they saw the 3 flying swords break when they hit her. They saw the 4 cultivators turned into flesh and blood by her simple and crude attacks. Saint Empress Dowager, the shouts that burst out at this moment were like a landslide. All of the Chu people who just now had stopped in shock shouted and started to run again. Their bodies and minds were in a state of frenzy that forgot fatigue and pain. Their feet stepped on the magma ground that had just formed. They did not seem to feel the burning souls and the smoke rising from the soles of their feet. The Chu army, who had fallen into a bitter battle, exploded with shouts. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of Chu soldiers and the 70,000 Chu refugees seemed to have become one. Consort Zhao Xiong ran over the cavalry that was surging forward. Her fists punched out casually. As she walked, she was like an enormous hoe that plowed through the Qin cavalry. She easily cut through the army from the middle and created a blood wave that surged to the sides. Pew 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 pew. More and more sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. The Chu people behind her surged forward. Many Chu people fell at the same time, but this elite Qin cavalry disappeared, drowned in the surging tide of people. Consort Zhao Xiong looked up. Only now did her expression change, and a hint of pride appeared. Then, she raised her head and shouted, "Wei Wujiu, old Wei, do you dare to fight me?" Her cultivation method was different from all other cultivators in the world. Her body was her life bond item. Her body was extremely strong. She shouted with all her power, and her voice was loud like thunder rolling through the world. It even felt like it suppressed all other sounds on the battlefield. Other than her loud voice, there was also her boldness. Her boldness now looked down on the world. She did not even care about the countless Qin soldiers in front of her. This woman is really a lunatic. At the very back of the Qin army, on a hill not too far away from her, a group of men and horses slowly appeared. At the very front was an old and lean old horse, and on the old horse was Wei Wujiu, who she called Old Devil Wei at this moment. After cursing with a sneer, Wei Wujiu lowered his head and said mockingly as if to himself, "This is a war between armies. Do you think this is a Jianghu feud and a game?" The shout was like thunder and spread into the distance. No one responded. Consort Zhao had an imperceptible scornful smile at the corners of her mouth. Then she shouted again, "Wei Wujiu, old Wei, do you dare to fight me? Wei Wujiu, old Wei, do you dare to fight me? Wei Wujiu, old Wei, do you dare to fight me?" She shouted 3 times in a row, her voice echoing through the distant mountains. Her voice intertwined with each other, and it was as if there were countless people in the distant mountains stretching out their fingers and shouting towards this battlefield. As she shouted, she did not stop walking. Her figure moved further away from the 70,000 Chu people who were furiously following her. Even Ji Xingbai's figure fell far behind. No one dared to fight alone. The flank of the Qin army that she was facing inexplicably shook. A large army broke away from the flank, like a huge tentacle, and went to welcome this lonely woman between heaven and earth. Ji Xingbai's face paled. Many of the small things on the ground in front of him started to jump with the shaking of the ground. Even the small beads of blood in the ground were shaken into the air. Other than the weight hitting the ground, the shaking also came from the vibrations of energy. This was a large batch of seal chariots. The energy hidden inside the chariots had been completely activated. They sprayed out along the seal scripts, and formed shadows of dragons and tigers around the chariots. These chariots seemed to be wrapped in dragons and tigers. They did not seem to be running on the ground, but flying over. The chariots of the Qin army were superior to the other dynasties to begin with. They were tools used to fight against powerful cultivators. At this time, the battle was so intense, but in this flank, there was still such a well-preserved army of chariots. This was frightening. However, what caused Ji Xingbai to shiver the most was that there were steel cables attached to the back of these war chariots. Behind the steel cables were several gigantic statues of fairies. These were clearly Chu weapons, the strongest seal weapons of the Chu army. The appearance and style of the fairies were slightly different from the strongest seal weapon of the Chu army, flying heaven, but they were similar. Even more importantly, at such a distance, even with his cultivation, he was certain that the primal energies of the universe coming off these fairies were the same as the energy of flying heaven. Chapter 589. The Qin swords were the foundation of the Qin dynasty, not just in the use of swords. Most of the sword-using sects in the world were gathered in Changling, and the art of forging swords. Other than the swords of the Jiao sword furnace that had been forged countless times by powerful cultivators, most of the famed swords in the world came from the Qin cultivation lands in the past century. Compared to the Qin swords, the seal weapons of the Chu dynasty were what the Chu dynasty relied on to compete with the other dynasties. The nature of a sword embryo was relatively simple, but the creation of a seal weapon was more complicated. Carving the seal scripts into a formation to gather the qi of heaven and earth and make it circulate like the meridians in a cultivator's body. This not only required an extreme understanding of seal scripts, but also required superb forging and engraving techniques to fuse an astonishing number of lines into a square inch without the slightest deviation. Those unique and powerful seal weapons were very difficult to create. The final form of each one was the result of the hard work of generations of cultivators and craftsmen. Each one was as powerful as a powerful cultivator's full power attack. Most importantly, no matter if it was the materials used to make these practitioner weapons, the method of making them, the formation arrays, or the method of activating these practitioner weapons, they were all absolute secrets. They were secrets that only a few people in the imperial palace could come into contact with. Even if the other dynasties wanted to copy them, they would not be able to do so. Yet now, the strongest of the Chu weapons, flying heaven, had appeared in the Qin army, and been copied by the Qin. Ji Xingbai was shocked and cold. In the army, many of the Chu generals and cultivators had burning anger in their eyes. Undoubtedly, someone had leaked the secrets of the highest level of Chu weapons to the Qin. If the secrets of the highest level of Chu weapons were leaked to the Qin, this meant that the other Chu weapons had no secrets to the Qin. On this battlefield, they were all fighting for the Chu dynasty. Countless of their brothers and friends had died on the battlefield, but inside the Chu dynasty, someone had betrayed all of them, betrayed the entire dynasty. Who was it that betrayed this country? Consort Zhao sensed the energy vibrations of these seal weapons before Ji Xingbai. She stopped. A series of terrifying explosions rang out. Hundreds of seal chariots flew up, truly flying. Under the full power of the cultivators on the other chariots behind these chariots far exceeded their usual limits and smashed towards her like hundreds of burning meteors. Sensing the landing of the chariots and the terrifying power rippling from the flying sky practitioner weapons, she seemed to realize something and frowned slightly. Between the heaven and earth, the primordial chi, which was already extremely chaotic, was torn apart by the 5 flames. These 5 colorful flames came from the 5 flying heavens. 5 streaks of light shot out from Fei Tian's hands and rapidly grew in size, turning into dazzling pillars of light. Compared to these 5 pillars of light, the hundreds of chariots that were hurtling towards Consort Zhao like burning meteors seemed insignificant. The yuan qi emitted from the hundreds of chariots connected into black chains, forming several layers of a dense net. And in the center of this net was Consort Zhao, which was also where the 5 pillars of light had fallen. Seal weapons could possess terrifying power, but the cultivator using the seal weapon may not be able to capture the true location of a powerful cultivator. Only such a large number of chariots, after countless practice, could trap a cultivator like Consort Zhao in one place. In this moment, many Chu cultivators paled, including many powerful Realm 7 cultivators. This was because even they could not imagine how they could survive such an attack. Frowning meant that they had not thought of it, and that it was difficult. But for Consort Zhao, this only meant that this matter was difficult, and not impossible. She stood still and then punched. In the time when most people on the battlefield did not have time to sense, she punched 5 times. When she threw out her first punch, the ground under her feet suddenly caved in, as if it was hammered down by an invisible sledgehammer. In front of her fist, a blood-red glow appeared, as if a blood-red glow had appeared. This rainbow light came from the light coming from her fist. This was the energy and blood in her body flowing and pressing against each other, and the light coming out of her flesh and blood. In the next instant, the blood-red light turned into a ring-shaped shockwave that exploded outwards. Where her fist pointed, the compressed air turned into a terrifying power, an enormous sword essence. She usually did not use the sword, but she was a true disciple of the Basin Kendo ground. At the most dangerous moment, her strongest move was still the sword. 5 bloody lights exploded in a row. In this moment, she punched 5 times. The 5 punches with enormous sword essence hit the bottom of the 5 chariots. The 5 chariots made of thick and heavy adamantine were blown away and instantly began to disintegrate. Moreover, the speed of their flight far exceeded the speed of their fall, turning into 5 balls of light that were truly burning with deep blue flames. The ball of light continued to crash into the chariot above, and then collided with the 5 pillars of light descending from above. Compared to the 5 enormous pillars of light, this ball of light was like 5 thin needles stabbing into a falling metal rod. But in the next moment, the bases of the 5 flying apsaras gave off waves of hoarse and unpleasant sounds of friction, and then the 5 seal weapons fell backwards. The bases of the 5 pillars of light started to collapse, and the shattered light scattered like flowers. Patches of beautiful rainbow light exploded in the air, and the affected chariots were easily thrown away. Consort Zhao tiredly pulled back her fist. The ground she was standing on had already become a huge crater with a radius of several hundred feet. Around her, those powerful chariots were falling down like kites with their strings cut. The cultivators on the chariots who were swept by the beautiful rainbow light started to burn. Numerous cultivators silently flew up from behind the flying apsaras. Even though the primal energies of the universe were so chaotic that most cultivators could not absorb primal energies of the universe normally, the moment they flew up, there was still the sound of mountains moving in the sky, and terrifying amounts of primal energies of the universe were gathering towards this part of the world. Consort Zhao was very tired. It was impossible for her to throw out a punch like she did just now. It was impossible for her to withstand the attacks of several grandmasters like this. But at this time, she sneered and turned her head to look at the wasteland to her side. In that wasteland, many figures appeared, slowly gathering into an army. This was an army that was extremely exhausted, without any armor on their bodies. Chapter 590. This army seemed to have traveled for far too long. The soles of many of their shoes had been worn through, and there were even scabs sticking to the broken soles. It was an extremely miserable sight. But for some reason, the moment this army appeared, it attracted the gazes of countless people on the battlefield, making them inexplicably palpitate. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Consort Zhao's mouth. She simply jumped up and jumped backwards. Just like her previous attack, her every move was simple and straightforward. Two terrifying forces burst forth from the soles of her feet. The ground that had already formed a huge crater shook violently once again. Her figure simply disappeared from the center of the crater and appeared far behind. Then, she disappeared again and appeared even further behind. After doing this 3 times, her figure appeared behind the 70,000 Chu people. The 70,000 Chu people were like her barrier. Then she sat down like a spectator, without any of the grace of a grandmaster or empress dowager. Just like when she had casually sat down by the lake, she was wearing a glowing phoenix robe. Numerous grandmasters of the Qin army had moved over a mountain of primal energies of the universe, but they had not expected her to take such a stance. She was clearly fleeing without fighting, but her simple and direct stance caused everyone to feel that this was unobjectionable, and even natural. Not only did these evolved Jing masters feel the discomfort of having punched empty air, but they also felt a sense of defeat, as if they had been defeated before they had even exchanged blows with him. Kill. All of a sudden, an extremely heavy shout rang out between the heavens and the earth, causing the several grandmasters to hold their breaths again. This shout came from the army that had suddenly appeared. The voice came from every person in the army. Yet because they were so uniform, they spoke almost at the same time, and the shout seemed to come from one person. Along with this shout, everyone in this army took down the weapons on their backs. Then, they made a uniform movement and unwrapped the cloth wrapped around their weapons. There was a blinding golden light under the cloth. When everyone in the army took off the cloth wrapped around their weapons at the same time, the golden light connected together like countless small suns connected together to form an enormous and blinding sun that rose on the battlefield. No one in this army was wearing armor, but right now, as they bathed in the golden light, their bodies were covered in a layer of golden armor. In addition, every single person in this army had the same aura, an extremely tenacious and powerful will. At this moment, this army appeared indescribably solemn and glorious. All the grandmasters in the Qin army had their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of emotion quickly spread through the Qin army. At the same time, waves of cheers and shouts exploded in the Chu army formation like an avalanche. How is this possible? At the back of the Qin army, Wei Wujiu, who had left the battlefield, was dazed for a moment and gave a low shout. When this kind of golden light shone on the battlefield like the sun, there was no doubt about the identity of this army. Xiangyang's Gold Dagger army had been the strongest army of the Chu dynasty. Even if their individual power was not as strong as Bai Qi's god-killing army, they possessed unimaginable resolve and unique tactics. They were invincible on the other side of the Chu dynasty. But that was on the other side. Even if they threw away all their golden armor and dressed lightly, how could they be so fast? In the estimation of any high-ranking military officer of the Qin army, it would take at least 10 days for this army to arrive at the Yin Mountain region or Yangshan County. This was the most extreme estimate. Exceeding the most extreme estimate by a dozen days, what kind of concept was this? After a moment of daze, Wei Wujiu suddenly felt pain. His body uncontrollably trembled. Only now did he see the evil intentions of his opponent, Consort Zhao Xiong. Of course, Consort Zhao Xiong did not want to lead the 70,000 Chu people to attack the flank of the Qin army alone. She just wanted the Qin army on the flank to be attracted by her and separated. If not for the Gold Dagger army, she would not even be able to survive the attack of the Qin army. Yet at this time, the Qin army's flank formation was in chaos because of her. Even the seal weapon formation was unstable. This was the best time for the Gold Dagger army to attack. If the Gold Dagger army attacked the flank, the Chu army inside would not be idiots. Under a pincer attack, the Qin army's flank would quickly be defeated and eaten. Adding on that these 70,000 Chu people were also people. With their momentum, it would not be the Qin army that would completely surround the Chu army, but the Chu army would open their mouths and eat the Qin army. Capture the leader to capture the bandits. Take Xiangyang's head. The numerous Qin grandmasters on the flank felt their hearts beat rapidly amidst the waves of cheers and shouts of the Chu army. These grandmasters guarding the flank were experienced and could see the situation immediately. They knew that it was hard to say how strong the Gold Dagger army that had traveled a long way was, but this legendary army was a fatal boost to the confidence and presence of the Chu army. When hundreds of thousands of soldiers were in a frenzied state, even if it was a chaotic battle, there was likely no army of the same number that could match them. These Qin grandmasters had the same thought. Only by quickly killing the commander of the Gold Dagger army, Xiong could they change the result of this battle. With several crackling sounds, these grandmasters pushed their vital essence to the extreme. They turned into several streaks of light that shot towards the Gold Dagger army. Like several large swords, they instantly cut through the void and slashed towards the Gold Dagger army. Behind them, there were loud ripping sounds. At least dozens of cultivators followed behind the grandmasters like flying swords towards the Gold Dagger army. The Qin people were valiant. The presence of these dozens of cultivators did not lose to the Gold Dagger army. Especially at this moment, waves of shouts sounded from the Qin army. So what if it is the Gold Dagger army? Which of our Qin troops is not as good as the Gold Dagger army? Coming all the way here is just a bluff. Following these shouts, large amounts of seal weapons were activated. Waves of rainbow light fell towards the Chu army like a storm. Behead! Looking at the sword lights of the Qin grandmasters, and hearing the shouts from the Qin army, Consort Zhao, who was sitting casually on the ground, smiled mockingly and said softly, "Even I cannot take Xiong head in front of the entire Gold Dagger army, much less you. Who will behead who?" Chapter 591. Sword energies flashed and cut through the wind. Multiple Qin grandmasters pushed their vital energy to their limits. They moved vast amounts of primal energies of the universe from the surroundings and gathered them into their sword essences. The chaotic energy turbulence in front of them was cut apart, almost forming a true vacuum. Even the dozens of cultivators following behind them lost their resistance. Their sword lights grew faster. From a distance, it looked like multiple meteor-like large swords were dragging dozens of small meteor-like swords. They danced wildly in the hell field filled with demonic flames and blood energy. It was a spectacular sight. "General, thank you for your teachings these years. I will not be able to serve you in the future." A Gold Dagger army general following next to Xiong said respectfully to him in the incoming wind. His hair was cut by the blade-like wind, and blood even appeared on his face. "All the Chu people will remember this battle." Xiong nodded and said, "Kill." Cold shouts rang out around him once again. The dozens of Gold Dagger army soldiers, including the general, suddenly sped up, turning into dozens of golden lights, leaving the formation and heading towards the Qin grandmasters at the front. A dragon roar suddenly sounded in the sky. When this dragon roar sounded in the air, the wide sleeves of a blue-robed swordsman among the numerous Qin grandmasters gave off ear-piercing sounds like gold chains breaking. It was like an enormous beast had broken free of its shackles and was released. This indigo-robed swordsman's face was as white as jade. He looked calmly at Xiong who was walking on the wind. He was the fastest among the Qin grandmasters, and happened to meet the Gold Dagger army general who had spoken to Xiong. Yet, these dozens of golden lights did not appear in his sight. An extremely dry life-bond presence erupted with the dragon roar in the sky and the ear-piercing ripping sounds coming from his sleeves. A yellow life-bond sword appeared in his hand. The color was like a random patch of color on a weathered wall in the desert. His life-bond sword seemed to casually swing forward, but the sword light flowing off the sword produced many profound changes. A piece of the sky above seemed to be missing, and was suddenly filled into his life-bond sword. An extremely dry presence moved forward. In the path of his sword, the ground soaked in blood lost its moisture, dried and cracked, and then turned into crimson-red sand. This was a powerful and unique sword essence. So when the sword essence appeared, many cultivators on the battlefield were certain that this came from a grandmaster of Heart Yang sect. In the history of Changling, Heart Yang sect had once been the mortal enemy of the Tianyi Pavilion. Like the present Heart Chamber sect of Changling, they had been one of the strongest cultivation places. Yi Xileng primarily cultivated the sword arts of the Tianyi Pavilion, the strongest of which was One Heaven Water. Heart-Yang sect's Fire Generates Earth Sword manual was the opposite of the Tianyi Pavilion, and had a strong restraining effect on the Tianyi Pavilion's sword manual. In the view of the outside world, Heart-Yang sect had declined in Chongling long ago. They had not made any noise in the last decade, and no Grandmaster above Realm 7 existed. Yet when this indigo-robed Grandmaster's most pure Fire Generates Earth Sword essence appeared, all the cultivators on the battlefield who had thought so knew they were wrong. A once powerful sect did not produce a Grandmaster for many years without losing their sword manual. The key was opportunity, the talent and comprehension of the sect's disciples, and some people could not have a breakthrough. A sect like this would either not produce a Realm 7 Grandmaster, or if a Realm 7 Grandmaster appeared, they would leave a mark in the history of cultivators. Facing these Gold Dagger Army soldiers who had not reached Realm 7, this Heart-Yang sect Grandmaster naturally had his own pride. So he only attacked Xiong. As to these cultivators who came face to face with his sword path, in his view, they would naturally die in his sword path, even if they were just affected. The ground cracked and turned to dust. The skin of the Gold Dagger Army general in front of his life-bond sword quickly dehydrated and split open. Before the blood seeped out, the skin turned to dry dark red powder that flew out with the wind. Yet this Gold Dagger Army general's hands were unusually steady. His flashing golden dagger hit the life-bond sword of this Heart-Yang sect Grandmaster with a muffled sound. The golden dagger axes that the majority of the Gold Dagger Axe army used were strange weapons to the Qin people. The dagger axes were like swords, but they had curved edges. With a swing and a pull, they could catch the enemy's weapon. This Gold Dagger Army general was like this. When his dagger hit the life-bond sword of this Heart-Yang sect Grandmaster, it immediately twisted and pulled down the blade. At this time, this Heart-Yang sect Grandmaster's sword heart was clear. He was unmoved, and his sword essence continued to move forward. Vast power swept out along the golden dagger. The flesh of this Gold Dagger Army general's hands turned to dust as though they were burning. Then this power spread to his arms and rippled through his entire body. At this moment, his arms and his entire body seemed to have turned into sand and scattered away. But at this time, this Heart-Yang sect Grandmaster's mind suddenly became restless. The 4 soldiers behind the Gold Dagger Army general stabbed their daggers into his body at the same time. Vital energy and energy of the same nature flowed through the meridians of the Gold Dagger Army general like water breaking through a dam and into the dagger on his life-bond sword. The 5 powers merged into one and charged towards his life-bond sword. His life-bond sword hummed and paused for a moment. It was just a momentary pause. His body seemed to have collided with a wall in the midst of his mad dash. With a boom, he was violently shaken. The Gold Dagger Army general and the 4 soldiers behind him were torn apart by the power. But in this moment, he saw a golden light that could match him fly out from behind the 5 Gold Dagger Army soldiers and land on his body. However, at this moment, his sword will stopped and he was at his weakest. He could sense what was going to happen next, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Pew! He heard the sound of flesh separating from his neck. In the next moment, he saw Xiong pass by him with a solemn expression. The Grandmaster of the Yang Heart sect felt his body become lighter, but his head had already flown up. The moment he could still feel, an unimaginable scene appeared in his perception. Around him, there were 3 heads flying up like him. Xiong golden dagger was like a rainbow that swept through this area of hundreds of feet. His attack had not just cut off his head, but the heads of the 3 Grandmasters as well. The 3 Grandmasters had encountered the same thing as him, and had been stopped for a moment by several Gold Dagger Army soldiers. What kind of tactic was this? What kind of army was this? These few people in a team could temporarily trap the sword of a Grandmaster? Until his consciousness disappeared, he only felt shock and puzzlement. Yet time seemed to freeze on the entire battlefield. No one was able to recall what had happened in the blink of an eye. An even more shocking scene had already filled their eyes and burned their hearts. Xiong body stopped. The long golden dagger in his hand was leveled in the air and caught the 4 falling heads. The heads of the 4 Qin Grandmasters were placed firmly on the golden dagger in his hand and stretched forward. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.